Good evening, everyone. Welcome you to the April 21st Planning Board meeting. I'd let everybody to know this is the school board is meeting next door if anybody's here for the school board. If you're all here for us, that's great. Just wanted you to be aware of that. Franco, I'm going to ask, we've got a couple members who were unable to attend tonight, so if you could sit for Corey.
Sure.
And that will give us a membership of 8. First item on the agenda is our minutes. Everybody had a chance to review those.
Mr. Chair, I have an edit, please.
Please.
This is related to the West End Yards parking situation, and I don't have a page number, unfortunately, but I would like to correct the statement where I said when I was looking for the parameters under the parking study, instead of number of beds, could it change that to bedrooms? And
Which paragraph is that, Mr. Hewitt? How does the paragraph start?
it says, Mr. Hewitt questions if they could include a stipulation to have the developers submit a report.
Okay, got it.
And also down the second to last sentence, it says, Mr. Hewitt confirmed that would work, and I'd like to clarify, that would work if it contained the information as I requested on the report that the developers said they had. And lastly, a minor one, it's just that the heading under the minutes said March 15th, and it probably should say March 17th.
I think that's my recollection, too.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move approval of the minutes with those edits.
Second.
Any other comments or questions before we vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We have a request to postpone, request by Donald Lowell Stickney III, as owner for property at 213 Jones Avenue, requesting conditional use permit under section 10.814 of the zoning ordinance, and modification standards set forth in sections 10.81440 or 10.81452 through 10.81456 to construct a new single-family residence and convert the existing residence into a detached accessory dwelling unit totaling 886 square feet of living area, shown on the assessor's map 222, lot 69, and lies within the single-family residence B district. Do I have a motion to postpone?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We have request that the Nurbone Family Revocable Trust is owner for property at 189 Gate Street, requesting a conditional use permit under section 10.815 of the zoning ordinance and modification standards set forth in 10.815.30 for the conversion of existing accessory structure or garage into a garden cottage with 507 square feet gross square footage of living space. This property is shown on Assessor's Map 103, Lot 6, and lies within the General Residence B District and Historic Districts. Is there someone here this evening to speak to this application?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Again.
Yes.
My name is Kelly Sanders, and I reside at 189 Gate Street. I'm the daughter of Pat and Judy Nurbin. My parents are requesting a conditional use permit to convert their garage into a garden cottage. I'd like to highlight a few key points regarding my parents' request before the architect, Ann Whitney, shares the plans. The key points I'm going to talk about tonight are, number one, my parents' need for the garden cottage for family and caregivers because my father has Alzheimer's. And number two, the fact that this particular plan fits in with the design and historical character of the neighborhood. And three, that the plan supports priorities that are important to the city, like helping long-term residents age in their home, as well as providing affordable housing for crowded neighborhoods that are otherwise unaffordable. So first, to my parents' need. I recently took early retirement to move in with my parents because of my dad's Alzheimer's disease. He needs constant supervision and will need more involved care as his Alzheimer's progresses. I believe you have a copy of the letter from his neurologist, Dr. Kent Logan, about my dad's diagnosis. He highlighted how important it is to provide a secure, familiar home environment with family and friends nearby, which remarkably reduces the symptoms of Alzheimer's that my dad is facing. Additionally, last year, my mom developed a tumor in her spine and lost the ability to walk. So it was challenging, especially given my dad's disability, and my sister took a year off, but my mom gained her mobility back, but it caused our family to reevaluate, which is why we're here before you this evening. The second thing I want to talk about is that my parents' approach to the project with thoughtfulness and deep commitment to their community. They have been active contributors to the South End and to Portsmouth for as long as they've lived here, over 2 decades. They believe strongly that any changes that they make to their property must be in keeping with the style and the spirit of the historic South End. That's why they hired their architect, Ann Whitney, who's familiar with the area. And I'd just like to point out that Ann's design enhances the view from Mechanic Street, from Prescott Park, and from the Point of Graves Cemetery, and it fits appropriately with the rest of the houses on Gate Street. And that's what makes the city so special, really, is that residents are committed to actions that have a greater impact than just their own property. My parents won't be able to support something that would only benefit their property. They really want to make sure that this enhances the look and feel of the neighborhood. The third thing that I want to mention is that I know Portsmouth is thinking carefully about how to support people aging in their homes with limited budgets, as well as how to provide affordable housing in already crowded neighborhoods. My parents investigated many different options for this next phase of their life, including moving to an assisted living situation and costs associated with round-the-clock in-home care. They consulted experts, including several people in the city planning department, to determine the most feasible and affordable building option for their property. The important thing to consider here is that my parents, like many other long-term Portsmouth residents, have limited options. Despite what you may hear from those who are in opposition of the proposal, my parents do not have many different building options. That claim overlooks the fact that my parents live on a retired teacher's fixed income. They, like many other elderly folks who live in Portsmouth, who have lived here for decades, don't have the same financial resources as some newer residents who are currently purchasing homes in the South End. I know the city cares about this and is committed to supporting long-term residents who want to age in their home. As a community, it's critical for us to recognize the financial discrepancies between people like my parents who bought long ago and some of the newer residents of Portsmouth. The bottom line is that my parents don't have other options to build. So in conclusion, we're requesting the CUD to build a garden cottage so my family can support my parents' desire to stay in the home and in the community they love. As I mentioned, it's important for my parents to have a design that really fits on Mechanic Street and the historic feel of the neighborhood. And most importantly, it has to be affordable, which is why we're going with an existing structure. This plan allows my parents to age in place, which is something they really want and need, and many of residents in Portsmouth support. Thank you for your time and for considering this plan this evening. I'm going to let Ann Whitney talk about the plan now.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ann Whitney, I'm the architect for the project. Before I get started, I just have one other sheet to hand out copies.
Thank you.
This sheet that I just handed out kind of gives a sense of the density of this neighborhood, from Mechanic around to Gardner. And I've highlighted, 189 and noted the existing garage, and then the little X structure is the small addition to the garage. We're coming here tonight to ask for a conditional use permit to reuse the existing garage with a small addition. We went before the zoning board last month and were approved. We'd originally actually done a bigger addition. It was 12 by 16 that was centered on the building with a 6 by 14 deck. When we heard feedback from the abutting neighbor, we've voluntarily decided to shift the building to the inside edge and downsize it to 10.5 by 14.5 feet, which gives us a 4-foot setback on that side. And we also eliminated the deck. We just kind of run through, this old garage actually has got quite a history. It was originally a shop. It's been here a very long time. It has an old stone foundation. And so it's, when I did their initial renovations back in 1998, when we renovated the house, and we put a new roof on that incompatible, to make it more compatible with the house and the detailing. So it's a really solid structure on a foundation, and I think it would be suited to this conversion. It's a little small. It's at 354 square feet, and this addition, if you go to the next, actually, no, you already had gone to that. You can see the floor plan. It's pretty basic. And this addition kind of, by opening up the wall of the garage to the addition, kind of overlaps them to make it a more livable space at 507 square feet. The back side, which faces the abutter, is shown on that sheet, and also there are a couple shots. There will be no fenestration on the walls on that side. There will be one skylight on the new addition. It will be, I haven't shown it here, but I've already submitted the HDC drawings. We're going to be guttering both that side and the addition and tucking it underneath. The addition, we're not going to have a foundation under. It's going to be on posts, and then there'll be skirting that will match the deck underneath there, so you won't be seeing a big foundation sticking up. And that will allow us to bring the drainage in underneath that and out into the middle of the property to help alleviate. Currently, that garage just drains onto the neighbor's property. You go to the next sheet, just the other elevations. You can see that on the photo that the current garage is fairly blank slate, and I think adding this addition on that side will help break it up, and it's sort of more in keeping with all the properties along that street where you have the taller structure with some one or two story and decks that kind of break the structure down. The parts are pretty self-explanatory. In terms of the conditions for the garden cottage, the only one that we're really having any issues with is we're requesting a waiver to be able to expand an existing structure. The existing garage is at 354 square feet, is very small to accommodate a functional living space. The proposed addition at 153 square feet is smaller than the allowed 300 square foot side or rear deck. And with the potential in the ordinance for a 50-foot entry, it's smaller than the 350 square feet that would be allowed. Lot size is non-conforming, and to pursue a detached ADU, we would require several more variances. This lot size and building configuration is more in line with a garden cottage use, I feel. And the existing driveway can easily accommodate the parking. So, second point, garden cottage shall be larger than 600. It's at 507 gross square foot area. The right side elevation that encroaches on the required setback will have no windows or doors. In fact, we'll have to have a 1-hour fire rating because of, it's within 5 feet of the property line. The exterior design of the cottage is consistent. Exterior trim siding windows are consistent with the existing dwelling. The garage was renovated in 1998 to complement the newly renovated house. The 1998 project received a Portsmouth Advocates Residential Restoration Award. The elevation drawings and photos show this. The garden cottage with the addition is located to have minimal impact on the existing plus or minus 1,900 square feet of landscaped rear yard. This is shown on drawing 1 of 3. The existing driveway will not change and can easily accommodate 3 vehicles. Garden cottage will maintain a compatible relationship to adjacent properties in terms of location and design, and it will not significantly reduce the privacy of adjacent properties. Garden cottage will have no windows on the right side, which is within the 10-foot right yard setback. At the rear, the adjacent property is a Point of Graves cemetery, and the proposed addition to the garden cottage will break up the existing blank wall of that at the rear of the garage. At the left side, the garden cottage is more than 30 feet away from the adjacent property. There's adequate parking for the garden cottage, and the family-oriented residential use will not result in excessive noise. There's been a lot of talk about, other options to be able to reconfigure this so it would be conforming to zoning, and we did get our zoning approval. Just a couple of points were the existing brick driveway and then the access to the backyard on the left-hand side is a stairway access. This there's a narrowest point is like 4 feet, that there is an walking access to the backyard. If we were to shift things, it would start to block that access. We also have a 25-foot setback from the Point of Graves cemetery, which no structures can be on, and I feel like this is the simplest, least intrusive way to put a small addition on this property. And currently, there's 36, from the end of the addition to the Point of Graves property line, this property has 36 feet. The abutting property has got around 44 feet, and about 9 feet of that, this garden cottage is going to be providing a little bit of an intrusion. But if you look again at that, first page that I handed out, if you look at the, basically it's like a figure ground of structures versus open space on that sheet. Fortunately, I should have had that on up here, that, this is really in keeping. I've been 32 years working in this neighborhood. I've probably done over 40 projects between Mechanic and Marcy, and you can't do anything in this neighborhood without getting zoning. Most likely, it's very rare to have a property that doesn't require zoning. And in this case, we are asking for a waiver because I think this is a good use for this property. And I think the benefit far outweighs any detriment. Any questions?
I had one question, and then
Yep.
I think, you mentioned the drainage, and you're having the addition is on posts. It kind of looks skirted in the elevations, but are you planning to do anything in particular with the drainage?
Well, what we can do is, right now, the drainage, as they've been looking at it, kind of runs down the driveway and in between.
Mm-hmm.
So the current drainage running down from the driveway, which is where the slope runs, sort of runs right into the middle of the property. So that current drainage is sort of taken care of because there's a large lawn area to buffer that. My thought is that we would, we'll gutter both those and go underneath and create a dry well. That could be a stipulation to be able to get that water into the ground before it can run off. And we'll be doing some digging to get the posts in, and we could just at that time create some space to put the water.
The existing garage doesn't have gutters?
No, it does not.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Any other questions? Yep.
Yes, Greg.
I have quite a few questions.
Okay.
Went out there and walked the site today,
Yep.
and everything you just told us was all about the plan, but not about the abutter that has made a lot of comments.
Yep.
Further to Rick's point, the drainage ends up right in the middle of the abutter's backyard. It was crystal clear today when I saw that, because all the water just, everything is pitched towards 199.
I think the owner can speak to that a little better, but because they, there's water also coming from the Point of Graves. It's not just the water from this property.
Well, I
don't think
agree,
if we-
I understand that, but you're putting in another roof up there that's going to dump more water
Yeah,
in that same direction.
very small amount. It's going to be controlled because it's going to be guttered and then taken to a dry well.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
well, that's
Okay.
one thing, but then
Yep.
the next thing is the zoning 10-815-31. You can't expand vertically or horizontally, and that's a condition, that's the zone.
That's a condition of the planning board CPU, and we couldn't ask for that in zoning. We had to ask for that here. That
Right.
was my,
But you can quote it, you're not allowed to expand vertically or horizontally.
yes. And then there's some further, that there can be some dimensional, variation.
Okay,
So
but
we are-
that's what you're asking for.
We're asking for a waiver of that condition
Okay.
for this small addition. I think
It also, 10-815-42, adequate open space and off-street parking. So you're adding an additional unit and not adding an additional parking space.
Well, right now, for the south end, this lot, I'm saying it has 3, but in reality, you can park 4 cars
If you stack them.
if you stack them. Yep.
What about the open space?
The open space, if you look at that figure ground that last sheet there's a lot of open space comparative to the rest of that neighborhood. It's, these are couple of the bigger backyards in the south end. And they also open up to the Point of Graves, and Mechanic Street coming down. So there's a lot of open air and circulation compared to a lot of other parts of the south end. Yep.
But again, the house next to it, 815-43, will not significantly reduce privacy of adjacent properties.
I don't think it will. There's no windows. We removed we had a deck, because it would have been nice to have a little deck for this. We removed that so they could not be overlooking the neighbor's property. I think we've made some concessions, and we're trying to work and keep this at a size where it's still functional, but not recreate the wheel. The other thing that has come up is like, why can't you go vertically? Well, it does have a pretty steep pitched roof, but when you're up in the attic, there's only 32 inches that's 6'8" in height. It's really comes from the wall height.
Well, that brings the other question, why couldn't you go towards the main house?
Well, if you take a look at the site plan, that's their main access way. It's a very narrow connection between the two buildings.
There's a deck there. I mean, you could take the structure towards the main house and not towards the
Well,
property
that
line.
actually wouldn't work terribly well because of how would you, it really doesn't work.
Okay.
If I could have made it work, I would have made it work.
But at the end of the day, you don't have the support
No,
of
but
the
but also, I know we don't have the support of the neighbors, but I think we've already made some concessions there. And that I think, given the history of this neighborhood, there's a lot more, more confining variances that have been granted, within a foot of property line. I think that what we're asking for is reasonable in terms of historically how this neighborhood has been looked at.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Also, the other thing with connecting it is the garden cottage is at least from the first floor 30 to 36 inches lower than, so the connection between the two would be really complicated. And it would also block access to the backyard. The other access is through stairways, and that they would not have a direct access to their backyard.
But that would be less of a hardship on the abutter.
Yeah, but is the hardship worse, losing complete access to the backyard versus, if you look at the site plan.
That's not what it's about. It's about what the abutter's objecting to.
I know, I understand that. I'm not sure that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, great. We'll talk more, I'm sure.
Are there any other questions of the,
And don't forget your flash drive.
I think that's the remote.
Okay.
Any other questions for Ann? Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing. We're going to have 3 rounds. You've got 3 minutes the first round, 10 minutes for each of the following 2 rounds. Anybody who wishes to speak to, for, or against this application, please step up to the podium. And please state your name and address for the record when you begin.
Evening. My name is Linda McVeigh, and I live at 42 Hunking Street. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the petition by the Nurburn family. We live in a neighborhood that has a high number of older families. The biggest concern facing older families today is to be able to age in place. Many of us have lived in the South End for years and fear having to leave our homes if we or our partners become ill. I faced that situation 2 years ago. I applied to build a 1-story addition onto my house to accommodate my husband who had become ill. We were granted permission to build the addition, and we were grateful every day until my husband died that we did not have to sell our home and move at such a difficult time in our lives. We felt supported by this committee, our neighbors, and our community. The Nurburns are asking to modify an existing structure. It's an improvement that will add value to their property and therefore add value to the surrounding properties. The modification will allow their family to age in place. Granting their petition will demonstrate how this committee and our community care for the needs of our older citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? 2, for, or against?
Good evening. My name is John Rose. I'm the owner of 14 Mechanic Street. I'm here to speak in favor of this petition for several reasons. First, obviously, from a personal level, we're very supportive of Pat and Judy and the situation they're in. We don't necessarily see this as any particular hardship, and we would like to be supportive of neighbors. From a more practical perspective, you know where our house is, and we spent a great deal of time and energy trying to make sure that it was in place, that it fit into the neighborhood, that it created the proper aesthetic around Point of Graves. And when we look at the landscape behind Point of Graves Cemetery, while it's adequate today, one of the concerns we do have is some of the structures do look a bit out of place. They are blank walls. They do not look like structures. So from an aesthetic perspective, we're very excited about changing that back wall to look more like a structure, look more like being part of a town as opposed to the back of buildings. Beyond that, we really don't see any negative on at least as an abutter or semi-abutter. The building doesn't change any privacy issues for us. It doesn't seem to create any distractions. It does not build inadequate massing that would look out of place. So consider this our complete endorsement. We think this is a good addition. We think at a personal level it's the right thing to do. And the bonus prize is it does seem to improve the aesthetic on that big wall of buildings sitting behind Point of Graves that will now look more like proper structures. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra Dyka, 333 Marcy Street. This will not be the first time the garage at 189 Gate Street may have a change of use. It was once the carpentry shop of Walter T. Brooks, a ship's carpenter. A historic feature of early neighborhoods and notable in the South End was the inclusion of outbuildings on the same lots as their dwelling houses. These were stables and barns and tradesmen shops, and sometimes small houses for adult children. Many of these still exist, as can be seen at 114 Mechanic Street, 421 Pleasant Street, 333 Marcy Street, and a basket full of others. As seen by these examples, often these secondary buildings were built right on lot lines with no apparent damage to the public interest. The Nurbans renovated their property in 1989 and have lived there ever since, playing a pivotal role in the positive development of the South End neighborhood. Many of the people in the audience know the contributions the family has made, but for those of you who may not, I'll mention just a couple. In addition to being a perpetual board member of the Friends of the South End, Judy was the co-founder of the Ferry House Tour that has contributed so generously to our not-for-profits and to the creativity of our children. Most recently, she was instrumental in obtaining the Richard Erdman sculpture, which will reside in Prescott Park, honoring Michael Warhurst's years of service. Honesty, kindness, and generosity have been the family's trademark in all their dealings. As we know, Portsmouth has a severe housing shortage, and there is not enough developable land to solve that problem. We need to make the most efficient use of the land that we have, and this is what accessory dwellings do. Please grant the Nurban family the reasonable accommodation that will allow them to spend their remaining years with those who respect and love them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Eichner. I live in Newcastle on 28 Ocean Street. I've been working with the Nurbans over the past year and a half in two capacities. One as a leader in the Seacoast Village project, where we're advocating for aging in place options for people who live here on the Seacoast. And in a secondary capacity as a professional care manager, assisting the family through the illness that Kelly referred to that her mother had last year. I can assure you that as we went through that time, we looked at every way that we could use that home to support changing needs that older people have as they have mobility issues or as there are cognitive changes, as family caregivers come and go, and as other caregivers come and go as well. And the willingness of family to step in and live on site and provide the care and support and supervision that's needed is really critical. I was there when we inserted temporary changes inside the house, like a stair lift and changing a bedroom from the second floor to the first floor. And it was very, very, very difficult for Pat to deal with those changes. I can't imagine doing construction in that house. It would be a dangerous situation for somebody who has such a difficult time navigating from day to day. This plan is in keeping with everything that we know in the aging field, is progressive and sensible when we look at flexible ways of using housing space for older couples as they age. And I urge your support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Eric Mayer. I'm an attorney over at Donahue, Tucker, and Chindella. I'm representing Devin Quinn and James Butler, who are the residents over at 199 Gate Street, which is the property to the immediately adjacent and which would be the closest to the proposed garden cottage. Some of my comments I may address at the second round of comment, but for the first round, I really want to address what is, I think, a legal impediment to the current plan. I've submitted a letter to the board. Does everyone have that? I have extra copies. The legal issue comes down, as has been suggested already, to Section 10(8.5.30, which prohibits a garden cottage, which requires a garden cottage to be limited to the existing building and not to be expanded horizontally or vertically Now, there are two exceptions to that you can have a 50 square foot front entrance that you can construct, or a 300 square foot rear deck. The ordinance does provide for a modification process and a mechanism, and the ordinance allows the planning board to modify specific dimensional standards. That's an important term. This is not a request to modify a specific dimensional standard. The ordinance exists to allow for existing structures to be converted, and it exists in that way and provides a mechanism outside of a detached or an attached ADU, and it relaxes some of those substantive standards for when there's not going to be a new structure placed on the property. This is a 60% expansion of an existing structure. It's contrary to the spirit of this ordinance by applying the modification in this manner. Now, this is not a request to modify a specific dimensional standard. The specific dimensional standard would be if someone wanted to build a larger front entrance, a larger rear deck, maybe a larger, convert a larger structure for a dwelling unit. Say it's going to be over 600 feet. Those are the sort of specific dimensional standards that can be expanded upon and modified. This cannot be. It's contrary to the plain language of this ordinance, and it allows for a mechanism of relief not anticipated or envisioned by the ordinance. The proper course of action would have been to file for a detached accessory dwelling unit and to obtain all the requisite permits and approvals in compliance with all the conditions associated with that. But this hasn't been done here. This is really a detached ADU masquerading as a garden cottage, and for that reason, it's beyond the scope of the zoning ordinance. But I'll raise my additional comments regarding the substantive criteria for a conditional use permit during the second round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm James Butler. This is my spouse, Devin Quinn. We live at 199 Gates Street. We are the immediate abutters to the east of 189 Gates Street. We bought our home in 2020 because it was a special place in a unique, very diverse in age neighborhood, which was really important to us. And really important, it was really important, for a place for us to, eventually raise children in. It was important to us, and it's a really special place because it's a close walk to downtown, above average size yard, and the relative privacy of the, in this neighborhood. It's also a special community to us. We serve in our community. Devin is a member of the Pierce Island Committee. She's on the board of the Development Board of Haven, and we both participate in Friends of the South End. It's also a special neighborhood to us because of our neighbors. We have a great relationship with all of our neighbors, especially the Nurbans. As soon as we moved in, they welcomed us. We have a great relationship with them. We've done tailgates in the fall for football with them. We trade veggies across the barrier, or across the, fence with them.
Judy had mentioned that they wanted to age in place, and we were so supportive of that since we knew them, and we knew that that was a big goal of theirs. Judy talked to me about the Seacoast Village and asked me to volunteer with them, so I applied to volunteer with Seacoast Village. We knew that they had also mentioned that they wanted to turn their garage into an apartment, so they texted us and said we wanted to put an apartment in the garage, and we were super supportive of that. Whatever they need to do to age in place, that's wonderful. So we never planned to be here because we didn't expect the plans to be different from that. So it wasn't until we received the abutters notice that we learned that there was an addition on it that would be right on our property line. So that really was kind of a new idea to us. We realized that that was going to be a huge, invasion of our privacy, putting an addition right really on our property line. That impacts the shade on our garden. You can see in the pictures of us how, in Eric's letter, the shade impacts us, and it just kind of feels like it's on top of us. We asked if they would collaborate with us, and And unfortunately, we haven't been able to collaborate, and so we're hoping we can do that here. We really, we really want to support them and this project if it stays in, yes?
You've, by coming up together, you're sort of sharing 3 minutes.
Oh, I don't know him. I'm just kidding. Do you mind if I share what I just put in front of you?
Is the board comfortable with continuing for another 3 minutes? Okay, go ahead.
This is our first time in front of a planning board. We didn't know that rule.
Go ahead.
What I wanted to put in front of you is that obviously we're talking about the history of the neighborhood. Our house is also part of the history of the neighborhood. And what we have in front of you is a picture of, so we bought the house 2 years ago, but 15 years ago there was an addition added to our home. So this is our home. And it was actually, Ann Whitney was the architect for the previous owners. In this, you can see the yellow line. The top is the property line with the Nurbans. You can see the garage right next to it, on top of it. And then the other yellow line is the 10-foot setback on the property. The green is what was originally proposed in Ann Whitney's plans. And the previous owners went to the ZBA, and it's 5 feet to the property line, and they denied that. And they said, no, it needs to be set back. And so the orange line is what Ann Whitney came back with, and that's where the addition on our home is today. So it's a little like picked up and moved over, and honestly, when I tell people that, they don't even notice, because Ann Whitney is phenomenal and did a great job with it, and it looks seamless. And even though it's not a perfect rectangle coming back, it is moved over a little bit to accommodate that setback. So essentially, we're saying, could Ann Whitney do the same thing here? Could we accommodate this setback, or go in between the homes, or stick to just the garden cottages in the garage? We know that the neighborhood also has ADUs. They're usually extremely old, far before there were ordinances like this. There's usually a fence or trees in between them. Ours does not. And we also acknowledge that there have been other, and mentioned that things were moved over since the ZBA. It's hard to tell, but there's also an easement line. So there's the property line, but the 4 feet is from the property line rather than the easement line. The easement line is above that. So the property line is actually like in the middle of my tiny little garden. So 4 feet from the property line, but we can't really tell, maybe it's 2 feet. So we're working with the 2 feet. We really want to support the Nurbans. We want them to be able to age in place. We just are opposed to it being right on top of us in this way. Anything else, James? Thank you for your consideration. I have a lot on your.
Thank you. You can come up again. Anybody can come up again for second round.
Okay.
Any more first round speakers?
Thank you.
No more first round speakers?
Hello, my name is Carol Bird. I'm representing myself and my husband, Peter Morin. We live at 170 Mechanic Street, and we're here tonight to support Judy and Pat at 189 Gate Street. We're not direct abutters, but we have lived in the neighborhood for years and have known Pat and Judy as long as we have been there. The Nurburns are what Mr. Rogers would refer to as the helpers. They've invested heavily in the South End and Portsmouth, to name a few, which have already been named: Friends of the South End, the Ferry House Tour, the Gather Food Pantry food drives. When neighbors were sick and needed help, whether transportation to doctor's appointments in Boston or help walking the dogs, Judy and Pat were the first to step up to do that. Even organizing a yard cleanup for a neighbor last fall who was battling cancer. When the COVID pandemic hit in March, in March of 2019, Pat and Judy handmade cloth masks, which they handed out to the entire neighborhood. And in Russia, when Russia invaded the Ukraine in February, they got to work again and stitched Ukrainian flags, which you'll see flying throughout our neighborhood. Now they need our help, and as the neighborhood is here to support them, apart from one abutter, as evident by the attendees in the back row today, Portsmouth is starting to realize that some senior citizens who have invested in this town for years are aging, have various medical conditions, and are on fixed incomes. Recently, the City Council raised both the minimum income and asset levels to enable these seniors the tax exemption that will help them stay in their homes, assuming they can make modifications if needed. Pat and Judy, with Ann Whitney's expertise, designed an addition that is practical, functional, and will allow for the help needed to care for Pat. At the ZBA meeting last month, the Nurbers made 3 modifications to their plans with the hope of reaching a good faith compromise with the abutter. We hope you will grant them the permit needed to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Susan Lassen, and I live at 34 Blossom Street. And I'd like to read a letter from the other abutter of Judy and Pat. This is a letter from Walter and Patricia Bonwerper. We write in support of the application of Pat and Judy Nurbin of 189 Gate Street for a conditional use permit to build a garden cottage on their property by converting and expanding their garage per the plans submitted to the Planning Department. We are the owners of 183 Gate Street, the property immediately adjacent to the Nurbins to the west. The Nurbins' plans should be non-controversial. Their rationale for converting and expanding the garage to provide a living space for an on-site caregiver in their senior years is what the community should encourage, especially when the plans have been so carefully and considerately developed to be harmonious with this historic neighborhood and the surrounding architecture and property owners. The modest dimensions of the Nurbins' garage expansion are eminently reasonable, and the placement of the expanded portion of the garage is logical and aesthetically suitable, providing for ample clearance between the addition and adjacent properties. The Nurbins' proposed garage conversion is 1, consistent with the existing single-family dwelling on the lot. 2, provides adequate and appropriate open space, landscaping, and off-street parking. Indeed, the Nurbins' painstakingly maintained existing landscaping is a civic asset in this iconic location. 3, maintains a compatible relationship with adjacent properties. 4, does not reduce the privacy of either adjacent property. And 5, does not result in any excessive noise, traffic, or parking congestion. As a community social policy, every effort should be made within reason and consistent with planning requirements and aesthetic harmony to accommodate a family's effort to modify their home in central Portsmouth to permit them to remain at home as long as their health permits. Neighbors and others who appreciate the existing layout and view shed might prefer no change or a modified plan, but the Nurbins' proposal is harmoniously designed and consistent with the required board findings, so their plans should be approved as submitted. And I speak for the Nurbins too. Their application for a garden cottage. The Oxford English Dictionary defines community as a feeling of fellowship with others as a result of sharing common attitudes, interests, and goals, an example of which you see here this evening. I know that the Planning Board values community in Portsmouth, for which we are all very grateful.
Thank you. Any other first-round speakers? When the yellow light goes on, you've got 30 seconds left, and when the red light comes on, you're supposed to
Thank you. My name is Lacey Bangs. I live at 245 Marcy Street, approximately 75 yards from the Nurbins' home on Gate Street. When my family and I moved in 1974, the South End was a working-class neighborhood with ethnic, racial, geographic, generational diversity. And we all worked together. There were small children, there were families. Today, this is a totally different neighborhood. But back then, you could depend on a neighbor to look after your children. You could have someone pop in to take care of an aging parent. With the Nurbans proposal, they've asked for the situation, which was institutional back in the day, so that they have a family member close by. And I totally applaud the plan they have presented. The institutionalized distancing we have today and the differences in Portsmouth as we have it today, there are very few opportunities for us who have lived there a long time to age in place. I totally support their plan, and I hope you will consider the variations they ask you to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? Is there anybody on Zoom? Second round speakers. You may speak to, for, or against the application.
Good evening. Eric Mayer, Donahue, Tucker, and Chindella here on behalf of Devin Quinn and James Butler still. I had mentioned before that I was going to address in round two the actual criteria for the issuance of a conditional use permit. Before I do that, I do want to make something very clear, and that's my client's position. They are not opposed to the use of this existing garage for a dwelling unit. They are open to alternatives. They've suggested some. They are opposed to a proposal that's going to adversely impact their use of their property, their enjoyment of the property, and the value of their property. So, and I will discuss certain alternatives at the end of my presentation. There are several criteria that must be satisfied in order for the planning board to grant a conditional use permit. And one of them is that the site plan must provide for adequate open space landscaping for both the garden cottage and the primary dwelling. Here, as has already been noted, this is a lot that's 0.12 acres. It's adjacent to Ms. Quinn and Mr. Butler's, which is 0.1 acre in size. These lots, as have already been noted, are somewhat unique for the South End in that they do have a fairly large backyard. Just because other folks in that neighborhood don't have a large backyard doesn't mean that my clients should be deprived of theirs in the open air and light that presently exists. They paid a premium when they purchased that house specifically for those attributes, and they should not be deprived of it now. And so, in this instance, we have a backyard that is approximately 44 feet in depth. This proposed addition to the existing garage is going to be 10 feet, or approximately just under 25% of the depth of the existing backyard. The structure itself is going to have a peak height of 18 feet from grade on the Nurbans property, but as other folks have already noticed that have visited the property, the land slopes downward as you go from the Nurbans to the Butler Quinn property. It's about 2 feet of distance down, which means that this structure is not going to be 18 feet tall. It's going to be actually 20 from grade on the Butler Quinn property, along 25% of their existing backyard. And so we believe that, as proposed, this existing plan does not provide for adequate open space. And I know that I raised in my letter issues associated with drainage. It sounds like there are going to be accommodations to allow for that. I would ask just that the planning board carefully consider the impacts to drainage and to make sure that the drainage plan is definite and is submitted prior to the issuance of a building permit here. The second criteria is that the other that I will address is that the proposal must be compatible with the adjacent property, both in terms of location, design, and privacy. As I've stated before, however, this in the design and the location of this, which would be just 4 feet off of the property line, which would tower over the backyard that is unique for this neighborhood, is simply too close, too bulky, and too massed in this area. But I do want to stress that my clients are open to alternatives, and they did try to reach out to the Nurbons after the ZBA granted a variance. They did so on several occasions. They haven't been able to reach to speak to them in order to discuss these alternatives. But the most obvious alternative is that the dwelling be limited to the existing contours of the existing garage. You've heard Ms. Whitney say that the structure as it exists is a little small. There's no indication that that would be unworkable or unusable in the current contours of that existing garage. They certainly wouldn't. They would certainly be within the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance. They wouldn't need a modification. It wouldn't result in a 60% expansion of an already pre-existing non-conforming structure, and it would not cause the adverse impacts that will likely result to my clients as under the current proposal. As Devin also noted, there are other alternatives if there is to be an addition onto the existing garage, including shifting it over so that it is not so close and massed upon their property line, so that it does comply with the setback and is not located within 4 feet, and so that they do keep access to the air and light that is unique about their property. I will also note that there is a continued concern about privacy regardless of the configuration that the planning board might permit here. This is adding an additional dwelling that is going to be very close to the property and very close to the existing residence, regardless of the configuration that this board approves, if it approves any. We would ask that a condition be imposed that the Nurbons construct a fence along the property line approximately 7 feet tall, which is above the height of the average person, so that folks can't look in. That is actually consistent with a lot of the backyards in the south end where there are such fences that exist at present. So in short, my clients do support the Nurbons' efforts. They just do not support this current plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other second round speakers?
Ann Whitney back again. I'd like to just correct one thing. This is not a 60% expansion of the garage. It's a 43% expansion. So we're not doubling, more than doubling the size. It's a 10.5 by 14.5 foot, addition to an already small structure. They had, we had actually spoken to them before they got the abutter notice, but they were away at the time, and the Nurbons had reached out several times, so we didn't sort of spring this addition on them. They were aware of it at the time. I guess I would just go back to trying to bring this into some kind of scale, and can we put the site plan back up on the?
I think she's working on it.
Yep. Yeah, that first plan, the one. I'll take this with me.
Just don't touch the screen.
I won't touch the screen. This addition is actually just from the edge of their porch. It just is 9 feet of expansion. And it's really this little piece of the yard right here. It's about 116, under 120 square feet that would be affected. And they still have this entire backyard here. So I think, I guess it comes to, the hardship. Where's the bigger hardship? I think the hardship to this backyard we feel isn't as great as the hardship to my clients trying to make this a livable space. And we have looked at other options, but it really, the lay of the land, the height of the garage versus the height of the house makes this very complicated, the access to the backyard. We feel like we're really boxed in this situation. And that, a small addition on the end here is sort of the way to go, to not have to completely change the structure of the Nurbons' house. to accommodate this.
Thank you.
Any,
Any other second-round speakers? Any third-round speakers? This is going to be your last opportunity if anybody wishes to speak.
Good evening. I'm Pete Moran, Carol's husband. Live at 170 Mechanic Street. Been in the neighborhood for 30-some-odd years. And this request that the Nurburns are making to us feel is very reasonable for what they're asking for. And we have seen over the years, I have seen personally and been involved in a few different additions and add-ons in homes, and the quarters that we're living in, it's got to be a little give and take, hopefully, so that people can end up in Judy and Pat's case, living there for the long pull if they can, much like we all want to do. So I am in full support of this and find it to be a reasonable request. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of the third-round speakers? Nobody on Zoom?
Mr. Chair, before you close the public meeting, can I ask a question? Public hearing, I'm sorry.
You're not supposed to ask questions.
Right.
You can ask questions of the board members.
All right, that's fine.
So any other third-round speakers? I'm going to, nobody on Zoom still? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Open up for board discussion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'll ask my question now then, please.
Okay.
I am confused a little bit by our regulations and what Mr. Attorney Mayer had to say about what we can do as a board. His letter stated quite clearly about expanding a building vertically or horizontally, and it says we cannot do that other than the entry or a rear deck. We can modify those dimensions. But then on the next page, it kind of gives us carte blanche to modify any dimensional standard. Is that accurate?
You're quoting from 10.8.15.50?
Correct.
Yes.
I just didn't want to make, is that contrary or is that just a unique part of the ordinance?
I'll let the planning director speak to this in a minute, but I also made note of this myself earlier. In my opinion, 10.8.15.50 does allow this sort of discretion.
Okay.
Add to that?
I would say that we agree with that interpretation. I understand the issue raised by the attorney for the applicant about that language, but it seems in the modification language, it seems to broadly refer to those conditions that are specific to the garden cottage that are listed in 10.815.30. But so we interpreted it clearly based on our memo. We interpreted that to mean any of those standards listed in there were subject to the planning board modification. So we interpreted it a little bit more broadly
Then the attorney.
than the attorney for the abutter project.
Yes.
I'll just speak a little bit to when we actually enacted the actual zoning. The intention of the garden cottage was because we have such an old city and we have a lot of old structures, that there's barns and there's carriage houses, there's garages. And the idea was that structure's already there. So how can we allow people to use those to make ADUs? So this was our form of calling an ADU by creating the garden cottage. And we made it a smaller square footage. And I think the intent was, we didn't want a giant building being put in. Then you could actually build a detached brand new ADU. So if it's an existing structure, let's fit it within the square footage that we sort of looked at, and then really try to find, reasonable ways. So the modification, we intended to be able to give this board the flexibility that if it needed to, when something seemed reasonable, to be able to do that. And that was kind of the intent behind creating that, if that helps at all.
Anybody else? I think it's worth note that a deck can go on specifically is allowed, as well as the entryway expansion. As an engineer and land surveyor myself, I feel that dimensional flexibility does apply to area as well as vertical and horizontal dimensions. So, any other comments? Board ready for a motion? I'm not seeing anybody.
I'll go ahead and make one. Let me put on my glasses first. Hang on. We'll start with the first. We vote to grant a modification to the requirements set forth in section 10.815.31 to allow for an expansion that includes a 192 square foot addition.
I'll second that.
Oh, it's only 152? Okay, we'll make that 152. Can I? Do you want me to
Yes,
speak
please.
to it?
Do it.
Unless anybody else wants
Sorry.
to. You know, my big thing with this is that we're keeping to under the 600 square foot. If it was going beyond the 600 square foot, I would be completely against it. It is sticking within the actual, total square footage that we wanted garden cottages to be. And with that, we've been, I think, very, I wouldn't say strict, but we've stuck to our guns on ADUs, and probably the last year or two of really trying to keep them all to the square footage that the ordinance states. We've made several, approved them, but said they had to make it smaller so it would fit within the square footage. They made it storage, whatever the case may be. So we've looked at a lot of these in different ways, and I think that that's been really important. And because it is keeping to that, I think it's a reasonable amount. I mean, if they want to live in harmony with their neighbors, I'd suggest maybe trying to shift the whole addition over a foot or two. Maybe that would be more helpful, and it would still fit within our approval as far as I'm concerned. So.
I'd just like to add, I made a note on one later tonight. I think we need to make the findings first before we make the suggestion to, I think we need to state that we have, it conforms with 10.815.40 and those 4 criteria in order to grant what you just proposed.
To grant a waiver? Yeah, that wasn't put first in my list.
I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it. It wasn't that way in the package. I believe that would be so.
You want me to, we've always done the waivers before the approval, so you want to do 2 before 1 is what you're looking at?
Maybe if you wanted to amend your, yeah.
I can rescind my motion and restate.
That works for me. Does it work for the second?
Yes, it does.
All right, this will be a bit longer one. I'd make a motion to find that the application meets the requirements set forth in section 10.815.40 of the zoning ordinance and to grant the conditional use permit with the following stipulations. 1 is going to be any change required as part of the Historic District Commission review and approval that results in a change in the stipulations approved here, or any change that is not substantially compliant with the approved conditional use permit as determined by the planning director shall be resubmitted to the planning board for review and approval. I would like to add to that. So something new. I'd like to add a stipulation that they create a gutter system on the garage, create a dry well, and connect all the drainage so that all the water is remaining on the property and goes through to the dry well. I'd like to also add a stipulation that they work to put a fence in between their house and the neighbor's house. I believe our zoning requires that to be no higher than 6 feet without getting approval from a board, so they may want to stick with 6 feet.
I'll second that.
I'll second.
Point of clarification, I think you said all the drainage. I think you mean all the drainage from the garage and the addition?
Yes, the garage, the addition, yes. Sorry, yeah, I did say all, but I meant from the structure.
Roof drainage. Okay, any further discussion about that motion? We ready for a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
We have, motion carries 7-1.
You want me to continue?
Yes, please.
I'd make a motion that we vote to grant a modification to the requirements set forth in section 10.815.31 to allow for an expansion that includes a 152 square foot addition.
Second.
I think you've explained that one well.
I think I've talked as much as I want to talk, so.
Any other board members wish to speak? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Again, it passes 7-1. Thank you very much. I have the forest side of protection is next. Okay, I'll just assume. Our next item is requested Society for Protection of New Hampshire Forest as owner for property located at 400 Little Harbor Road, requesting a wetland conditional use permit under section 10.1017 of the zoning ordinance for installation of a new public bathrooms resulting in 303 square feet of permanent impacts for the building and 275 square feet of temporary impact to the 100-foot wetland buffer area. Property is shown on Assessor's Map 203, Lot 8, and lies within the rural R district. Is there anyone here to speak to this application?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Eric Weinberg with Altus Engineering. Also with me, Carl Murphy with the Society. I think everyone's very familiar with the property. The Society purchased it in and around 2000 from Billy and Chet Knoll. At that time, they thought that they were going to be entering into agreement with Shoals Marine Lab. The cottage itself went into disrepair and was slated for to be raised. Fortunately, benefactors stepped forward and the building was restored, and we have a crown jewel out there in the Cary Cottage. At that same time, we permitted a new water line to service the building and the improvements in access to the parking. Also around that same time, under a different permit, we got a new septic system approved for the carriage house, which is the area where we're going to be working here, which is carriage cottage, the carriage house. The carriage house is on this end, that end of the site, and the Cary Cottage is on the other end. That building was renovated in 2000, so that it can be used for the Gundalow summer programs as well as other public use. Pre-COVID, I think the property saw a lot of public access, and now, definitely in the pandemic era, the grounds are very much used, and it's a big walking loop for people in the city. There are no public restrooms on the site or anywhere in that part of the city, and so the Society recognized that need, and they proposed a detached public restroom facility tying into the existing septic system that we already designed and had constructed. The building is slightly in the wetland buffer. It's about 81.7 feet away from a buffer that's already had impacts from the abutting property, which their driveway is very close to the buffer, and the existing building is also closer to the buffer than what we are. We're proposing about 16 by 26 building, approximately 413 square feet in the buffer area, and it includes a bench, covered area, and resting waiting area. The septic system has a 300-gallon per day design flow, and we anticipate, based on low flow washes and limited hand or minimal water use due to hand washing, that it has the capacity for about 160 people per day. We're not projecting that high abuse, but we just designed for minimum 300 gallon per day, and that's what we have capacity for. Very simple project. We're mitigating the runoff with stone drip edges around the building, and we sited the building in a manner that complements the existing building, so it's kind of centered in the building, so that was the reason why we're partially in that wetland buffer. That's about it. Any questions?
There's an existing foundation there, and you didn't want to use that in any manner to basically...
That's just rubble. It's not really a
Okay.
foundation that could be used.
Okay, but couldn't you move 19 feet out towards that ledge and be out of the buffer?
So, yes, that could, then it would be a greater expense, and it doesn't complement the building. The way the building is sited, it's balanced on the existing building, and it's a low-impact area, and we, work very hard complementing the site. We're further away than the existing building. We're further away than the driveway of the abutting property, so with stone drip edges, we believe that this is a reasonable use and not something that we feel would be adversely impacting that wetland.
But there is an alternative location for the building.
There is an alternative location. There's multiple locations on the site, but the proximity, the balance, and the fact that we're really providing a public benefit, we chose to stay in this location.
Thank you.
Does this building, the proposed building, Eric, does that have a foundation?
It will have a foundation.
Have you done test bits in there to see how close that ledge is?
We have not. And confirm with Carl, no, we have not. So it may be partially pinned, it may be full foundation. I know that I believe a partial basement under the carriage house abutting.
I was wondering also, as Greg's question about shifting, I guess it'd be a lot closer to the exposed ledge, which when ledge is exposed, it's usually not too far into the ground. And it was hard to, I didn't see an elevation. Have you done an elevation?
Yeah, actually, it's in your packet. It should be the last plan in the set. Am I allowed to turn this thing? It wasn't. It's supposed to be in the plan set.
I didn't see it in mine. Did anybody else?
No, we didn't have it.
Well, I apologize. I do have one copy here.
Well, that could be helpful.
Supposedly you did it, so I apologize.
I guess I have to share it.
What may have happened, if I'm just running it through, it was in the original submittal, and we just submitted new documents of the plans that changed, the first two sheets. So that's probably why you may not have it in your packet.
So maybe in a prior month.
It was definitely in the prior one, because that's the original submission right there.
So I guess there's different things to think about. There's the ledge possibly to the north. Also, if you have a building in front of another building, an addition in front of a building as you approach it, you can look at the addition, not the, is that the situation?
That was the situation, is to balance it, to follow the peaks, and to complement the other building. If you shifted it, I think it would look awkward out there as you approach it. And it's the society, they're not building more pavement, and they wanted to keep it close to the existing building so that they could actually, tie in very easily with the utilities. Moving it further probably would incur more costs due to ledge removal. And speaking with Carl this evening, just with, as we all know, with construction costs right now, as the numbers are coming in, it's much more expensive than they expected.
I hate to dominate things, but I just have to ask the question, why is it near the existing building? Why didn't you stick it by itself?
It's near the existing building because of the Gundalow program, that the kids are in there. They don't have that public restroom. They want to be able to have close access to it.
I guess I'd follow on with what Rick's saying. Just across from the building is a big open grass area, and you could easily put up a freestanding building there and just trench the utilities into this building. I was just there a couple hours ago.
Are you talking about, here's the building, here's the parking over here?
Yeah. Thank you.
We are only allowed to work within this area.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is a reasonable request to be in a buffer for a couple reasons. Many of you've already spoken about the ledge. The aesthetics, I think it would look very awkward to have a freestanding building, look like a modern outhouse. And therefore, I think I would consider this a de minimis impact, and for all the reasons we have to allow this type of flexibility. So that's why I think it's a good place for it. But will the restrooms be open year-round?
They will be open year-round, but they will not be open 24/7. So they haven't quite figured out the mechanism, but it's probably going to have some sort of timer on the doors so that at a certain time, probably seasonally at dusk or whatever, how it will operate, that it'll close at night so that you won't have, homeless issues and so forth.
Any other questions of the applicant? Now's your chance, if you have a question.
Come on, Ray, you don't have any more chances to get me.
Okay, thank you. I guess we'll open the public hearing. Anybody here to speak to, for, or against this application?
Excuse me. My name is Robert Najar. I live at 10 Martine Cottage Road. It's adjacent to the Society's property. They have been wonderful stewards of the area. It does contain a lot of wetlands, particularly as you're going in on the driveway to the left-hand side. And this is a definite public benefit that they have no obligation to provide. But due to the increase in the use in that area since COVID, Little Harbor Road has seen, I don't know, I've heard some people say 10 times, at least 5 times, the amount of people coming down the street and walking. There is no other public bathroom. The mansion does not have public bathrooms. Well, they may have it during when the mansion's open, but that is very limited hours and seasonally. I am the steward for the Little Harbor Loop Trail and was involved with Society and laying out the trail and so forth, and I walk it at least every other day, pick up a lot of litter, and one thing that would be nice to see is less tissues behind trees because people don't have a bathroom. So I think this would be a definite public benefit, and I like the idea that it's going to be timed to be closed in the evening because also the property is closed at dusk. So that's consistent with their current operations. And I think also having a structure or a permanent bathroom as opposed to porta potties would be better for the other programming, especially it's done during the summer. And as you know, porta potties aren't the most pleasant experience. So I fully support, and I also financially supported this project when they had a meeting in the neighborhood and invited all the neighbors to come in and tell them what they were planning, and of course I asked for their support. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? 2, 4, or against? Second round speakers? Anybody on Zoom? Third round speakers, last opportunity. I'm going to close the public hearing. It's the board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we vote to find that the application satisfies the criteria set forth in 10.1017.50 of the zoning ordinance.
Second. Would you like to explain?
I don't explain. I just want to comment. I mean, this property is now near and dear to my heart. I spent a lot of time as Demolition Review Committee chair when they were going to tear down this structure and the mansion, and I'm very happy to see that it's come back to life and that so many people, especially during COVID, have been able to use the property. And I think this is a really great addition for the use of the property. So I'm super excited. There you go.
Any other comments?
I'd concur, and I've made use of the property and the trails, and it's definitely something that's needed there, and I think it's well presented and meets what's required.
I've been fishing down there, and I've seen guys walk away from the stream for a few minutes.
That's why we want to stop.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
There's a second motion. I will continue by making a motion that we vote to grant the wetland conditional use permit with the following stipulations. Blueberry bushes, I think, or other native shrubs are planted along the buffer area near the wetlands edge, and the property is maintained according to NOFA standards.
Second?
Second.
I was asking for a second, not making one.
That's what I said.
Okay.
I have nothing to add.
Any comment? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. The next item, request of ADL 325 Little Harbor Trust as owner for property located at 325 Little Harbor Road, requesting a wetland conditional use permit under section 10.1017 of the zoning ordinance to replace an existing single-family residence. Structure, carriage house, shed, barn, and paddock, and to construct garage, pool, cabana, playground, and renovate existing barn and shed with all the associated electric, gas, water, and sewer updates as required on the private property and within the public right-of-way, resulting in 195,656 square feet of impact in the tidal buffer area and 17,189 square feet of temporary impact to the tidal wetland area. Said property is on the Assessor's Map 205, Lot 2, and is located within the Rural R District and Single Residence A districts. Who's here to speak for this application?
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Chairman. Corey Caldwell of TF Moran. Joining me tonight is Matthew Cunningham and Josh Bougerie of Matthew Cunningham Landscape Design. We also have our builder, Jim Youngblood of Youngblood Builders, and Ryan Corrigan of Bertier Ecological. You may recall at the January 27th, 2022 meeting, we provided a brief history of this property, known as Lady Isle, often referred to as Belle Isle. At that meeting, this board granted a conditional use permit for a detached accessory dwelling unit. The unit exists and renovations are scheduled for this spring. This property is a 12.3 acre island with access to and from the island via a paved driveway from Little Harbor Road. That driveway to the island is just beyond Courier's Cove, and it's approximately 2,100 feet in length, and it spans the back channel of the Piscataqua River with a 100-foot or so steel bridge. The easterly half of the island, as you can see from the photos on the screen, this is an existing aerial view. The easterly half contains a residential dwelling, a carriage house, detached accessory dwelling unit, which was formerly the island's caretaker house. It contains a 4-story barn, a shed, or horse shelter, or a lean-to, 2 docks, and a tennis court. As you can see, all of these buildings, with exception of the small lean-to or horse shelter, are located on the easterly half of the island. The westerly half is entirely forested. Most of the island is subject to the 100-foot tidal buffer zone. Therefore, any work proposed on this island requires a conditional use permit. Our proposal is to remove the existing house and construct a new home in the same approximate location. The drawing that was passed around in yellow shows the footprint of the existing house. You can compare that to the bold black line, which shows the footprint of the proposed home. It's the same location. It's approximately the same distance back from the river. The new home is slightly larger. We're also proposing a 1-story pool house and pool to the east of the new home.
The pool house or cabana contains about 368 square feet. To the northwest of the home, we're proposing a one-story garage containing about 1,475 square feet. The existing shed to the north side, on the north side of the island, will also be replaced with a larger shed. The barn adjacent to the tennis court will undergo interior renovations and will have 2 new decks. Some of you may recall, I don't remember if board members were present, but 5 years ago, I presented a similar application to this board. That application included the replacement of the existing home, the removal of 3 accessory structures, renovations to the carriage house. We were constructing a pool house, and a patio, and we were replacing the existing septic system with a new system. We were also replacing the driveway on the island from a paved driveway to a pervious driveway, and we were constructing a tennis court and a new seawall around the perimeter of the island. A conditional use was granted by this board for just over 154,000 square feet of buffer impact. Additionally, in February of 2018, this project received a wetlands permit from the Department of Environmental Services for that same amount of impact, and a shoreland impact for an additional 41,000 square feet of impact to the protected shoreline. Prior approved was just under 200,000 square feet of buffer impact. These state permits expire in 2023, therefore they are still valid today. The CUP, however, that was issued by this board in 2018 has expired. Some of this work that was previously approved was accomplished. The applicants repaired the seawall around the island. They did construct the tennis court and have removed 3 accessory buildings. Those 3 accessory buildings were classroom space that was part of the Catholic school that existed on this island for decades. These remaining improvements that were approved were delayed for 2 reasons. First, the applicants in the process chose a different style home and hired the services of a new architectural firm. That took a couple of years. And secondly, sadly, our builder at the time, Peter Kasnet, passed away approximately 16 months ago. Those 2 things delayed the project, and we're back before this board with a revised submittal. The home design is now complete. We have a new builder who's here tonight. The application is much like that which was approved in 2017. The only differences are we have first, a different home design. Second, we're adding a 1,475 square foot garage. Third, this time we're removing the 2,000 square foot carriage house, where under the original approval it was proposed to stay. Fourth, we have a different location and a smaller pool. Fifth, we have a smaller pool house than was previously approved. Six, we're now renovating the historic cottage, which we believe dates back to the 1700s. Under the prior approval, that historic cottage or caretaker's house was slated to be demolished and removed. And lastly, we're adding 2 decks to the horse barn. All this proposed work is taking place on previously developed upland soils. There are no wetlands on the site. Total impact within the 100-foot tidal buffer zone is just over 195,000 square feet. However, it's important to note about 90,000 square feet of this impact is to add native and/or other vegetation. Since these plantings are so large, mechanical equipment is necessary. Therefore, we're counting these planting areas as impact. Post-construction, the island will contain much more vegetation than what exists today. Currently, within that 100-foot tidal buffer zone, there is just over 27,000 square feet of impervious area, which represents about 8% of the buffer. Post-construction, it'll be reduced to just over 25,000 square feet, or 7.5%, which is a net reduction of over 1,900 square feet of impervious area within the 100-foot buffer. Over the entire site, it's significantly much more. There is about 49,800 square feet of impervious area existing today. Post-construction, it'll be reduced to 33,300. This is a reduction of over 16,500 square feet of impervious area on this site. This is a 3.1% reduction of the impervious area over the entire island. To put that in perspective, our site's impervious area post-construction will be 6%, where zoning allows up to 25%. We're reducing impervious area as well as the impervious area within that 100-foot tidal buffer zone. In addition to reducing the impervious area, we're also reducing the amount of lawn. Today, the island contains about 267,000 square feet of grassed or lawn area. Post-construction, it's being reduced to 146,000 square feet, which is a reduction of just over 121,000 square feet of lawn, which is almost 3 acres. Natural woodland is being increased from 188,000 to 255,000 square feet, which is an increase of just over 66,000 square feet, which is about 1.5 acres in natural woodland vegetation being added to the island. This lawn reduction and the increase in woodland and native species plantings is demonstrated by the 5-sheet set of landscape plans in your set. These landscape plans were provided by Matthew Cunningham and his team, who will be briefly describing these a little later. Matthew will describe the plans and the plants selected following my portion of this presentation. And if you look at these plans, you can see much of the focus of the landscape's improvements are proposed within that 100-foot tidal buffer zone. That zone is being significantly increased with vegetation as a result of this proposal. Another way we're improving this island is with the utilities. Currently, the house is heated with oil. It's connected to city water and has its own septic system approximately 20 feet away from the Piscataqua River. We'll be connecting the island to natural gas and utilizing geothermal for heat sources. A new water service is being installed from Little Harbor Road, and we're connecting the island to city sewer via a force main from the island up the driveway to Little Harbor Road, then along the northerly shoulder of Little Harbor Road out to Sagamore Avenue. This connection will allow us to remove that septic system, which is very close to the tidal wetland. The new home and all accessory structures will be served by municipal water and sewer and have natural gas and geothermal for heat. We're also improving stormwater management on the island. This is accomplished by reducing impervious area. We're adding a lot of vegetation, and we're capturing and treating all roof runoff and diverting to a stone trench or dry wells. There will be a significant reduction in post-construction stormwater flows to the river as a result of this construction. A land management plan was prepared by Parterre Ecological and is in your packets. This plan describes how we intend to eliminate or reduce invasive species on the site and restore even more native vegetation. Brian Corrigan from Parterre Ecological is here and can address any questions on this plan. A brief history. This revised project was presented to the Conservation Commission in October and November of 2021. On November 8th, a joint site walk with the Conservation Commission and this board was held. We realized several members of this board were not on the board last November and didn't have the benefit of the site walk. For those members, we hope the aerial photos of the island will help. In November, the Commission provided favorable recommendation for a conditional use permit, and we were scheduled to appear before this board last December. At the day of the hearing, we were asked to go to the Technical Advisory Committee. TAC approval is not necessary for residential dwellings. However, due to the complexities associated with the utilities, the planning director at the time and the assistant city engineer felt TAC review was prudent. We agreed, and we attended the February, March, and April TAC meeting to work through and address all their concerns and comments relative to the utilities. The Technical Advisory Committee voted to recommend approval to the Planning Board on April 5th of this year. Since we're running sewer, water, gas, and electric to the island via the existing paved access drive, this driveway will require resurfacing. Also, shortly after we received Conservation Commission recommendation, we learned that the bridge to the island would need to be replaced. Both of these will have impacts on the 100-foot buffer. Therefore, we returned to the Conservation Commission with revised plans demonstrating the impacts to these buffers. Now, that impact is simply to replace the resurfacing of the driveway, which exists, and to temporary impacts in the buffer for the replacement of the bridge. There will be no other impacts associated with the 100-foot tidal buffer zone. The Conservation Commission issued a second favorable recommendation for this revised impact at its March 9th, 2022 meeting. Now, in addition to Conservation Commission and TAC recommending approval, we also received an AOT permit from the Department of Environmental Services for the stormwater improvements and the excavation impacts. At this time, I'd like to have Matthew Cunningham briefly discuss the landscape and vegetation improvements. I'll then close with the 6 criteria for approval of a wetland CUP pursuant to Section 10.10.1750 of the Portsmouth zoning ordinance. Matthew?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Matthew Cunningham. I'm principal of Matthew Cunningham Landscape Design. We build, design, and oversee the construction of residential landscape architecture projects that are devoted to creating contextual and ecologically sincere landscapes throughout New England. I'm also a lecturer at the Harvard Graduate School of Design, where I teach budding landscape architects about the native plant communities and how to use these materials to create landscapes that promote environmentally considerate interventions that build habitat and enhance site biodiversity. My firm has been working with these clients for a number of years to develop an overall master plan vision that aims to transform what is currently a relatively lifeless area of mown turf into a vibrant new landscape that encourages wildlife in the form of birds and pollinators, and creates new large areas of native and indigenous plant communities to contribute to improving water quality and to prevent erosion in the face of the ongoing climate crisis. We have coordinated, as Corey mentioned, we've coordinated a land management plan with Parterre Ecological, also a leader in the field, to develop a careful plan of attack to address the invasive species and to remove them from over 6 acres of the existing island over a 3-year period. A goal is to preserve the existing tree canopy and to really ensure that it thrives in the future. The project involves the removal of a total of 13 trees. We're replacing them with 101 new trees for a substantial tree caliper increase of 140% of what is existing. We're converting vast areas of lawn within the 100-foot buffer into vibrant and robust planted shrub and perennial beds, utilizing around 16,000 plants, and 90% or more are native or indigenous. We're also converting all of the remaining mown lawn areas into drought-resistant clover fescue blend, which will reduce mowing frequencies by half. It will also eliminate the need for any fertilization within the buffer. We're also employing mowing strategies that will result in far less mowing patterns on the island. Our goal with this project is really to create a new landscape that reduces maintenance needs, feels authentic to the surrounding context, and restores the vibrant multi-seasonal vegetation colonies that encourage and nourish wildlife. And in short, our clients they desire to be good stewards of this property and to raise their family in this environment. So thank you. And with that, I'm going to return it back to Corey.
With that picture on the screen that shows the island as it exists, Stephanie, could you bring up the renderings we submitted that shows what the island will exist post-construction? And if you have the drawings in front of you, I'd ask you to look at those side by side. There's one more. There we are, there. So those are renderings of what this will look like after construction. And I think you can see primarily in the buffer, there's a lot more vegetation. There's a significant reduction in impervious area. There's less lawn, and there's just a lot more vegetation on the island than what exists today. As you're all aware, pursuant to Section 10.10.1750 of the Portsmouth zoning ordinance, there are 6 criteria to be satisfied to approve a conditional use permit. I'm going to take through those 6 criteria for both the original approval of the Conservation Commission back in November and the revised approval, because really the revised approval, the only difference is it includes the replacement of the bridge and the resurfacing of the existing paved driveway. The first criteria is that the land is reasonably suited to the use, activity, or the alteration. So as you all know, the property is zoned for single-family use, and single-family use is reasonably suited to this island. All the alterations take place in previously disturbed areas, previously disturbed uplands too. The westerly half of the island, which is all woodlands, is not being touched, other than invasive plant management, forest management to encourage those species to flourish. Considering that the other possible uses in this zone are open space, plan unit developments, assisted living areas or assisted living centers, residential cares or daycares, or other less preferable uses per zoning, these usually would likely require much larger footprint, more human activity that may disturb wildlife. Unlike these profitable uses, the homeowners that we're working with today are stewards of the land. This island is I believe it's in a revocable trust, and they want to maintain the island for their next generations. At their own expense and decision, they've provided enhanced landscaping beyond the requirements of zoning. Additionally, beyond zoning requirements, they provided a land management plan to manage invasive species, and they've also promoted a significant amount of landscaping to promote wildlife habitat and a healthier ecosystem. Second criteria is there's no alternative location outside the wetland buffer that is feasible and reasonable for the proposed use, activity, or alteration. Alternative locations for the development have been considered in previous years. A few years back, we did a layout which was primarily outside of the 100-foot buffer on the westerly side of the island. While this design limited its impact to the wetland buffer, it required removal of much of the upland wooded area. It was the Conservation Commission's opinion that development, that it should maintain the majority of the woods on the westerly half of the island and be located within the previously disturbed areas as it's now proposed today. The design is intended to provide the least adverse impact to areas and environments within that 100-foot wetland buffer, primarily because it's on the easterly half where all this construction is taking place. It's all disturbed now. Third criteria is that there be no adverse impact on the wetland functional values of the site or surrounding perspective. Most of the impact areas to convert areas from pavement to lawn, to open space, such as landscaped areas, drought-tolerant meadows, with the goal of establishing more vegetation. Alterations of woodland will occur only to the extent necessary to achieve these construction goals. The project does not propose any permanent wetland impacts. We're all in previously disturbed upland buffer areas. The only tidal wetland buffer impacts are associated with the replacement of the bridge. The island will benefit from an overall reduction in pervious area, increased natural vegetation, improved groundwater infiltration through stormwater infiltration practices. No adverse impact on the wetland functional values of the site or surrounding properties are proposed. In contrast, they're actually enhanced as a result of this project. Fourth was that the alteration of the natural vegetated state or managed woodland will only occur to the extent necessary to achieve construction goals. Most of the disturbance to the natural vegetative state taking place by this project is to lawn areas, and much of this disturbance is to replace those lawns with vegetation to enhance that wetland buffer primarily. Post-construction, there will be more vegetation in the buffer than what exists today. Fifth is that the proposal is the alternative with the least adverse impact to areas and environments under the jurisdiction of this section. Again, we're significantly reducing impervious area. We're increasing natural vegetation. We're reducing lawn area by almost 3 acres. We're managing invasive species. We're implementing stormwater management improvements, and we're removing a septic system approximately 20 feet from the edge of the river. Stormwater quality running into the river is significantly improved as a result of this project, while quantity is significantly reduced. And lastly, any area within the vegetated buffer strip will be turned to a natural state to the extent feasible. Areas on the western half of the island, this is already taking place. It's all vegetated right up to the edge of the wetland. It's the eastern half of the island where we're increasing that vegetation within the buffer zone. Again, you look at the existing photo, most of that area on the eastern half is lawn, and much of that lawn is going to be replaced with this vegetation. A significant portion of the buffer is restored to natural vegetation that doesn't exist today, particularly along that water line and the seawall. We'd like you to compare the photos of the site today to those renderings of what the site will look like post-construction, and we think we'll agree that this project proposes a significant improvement to this property. Additionally, through the reduction of impervious surfaces and converting that existing lawn to native vegetation, we have greater nutrient attenuation, shoreline stabilization, and opportunities for wildlife habitat to be achieved. Collectively, these improvements increase the overall integrity of the tidal resource. In closing, we hope you find the improvements, see them as we do. We spent, quite honestly, years on these plans, tweaking the design, constantly trying to make improvements to them. Matthew and his team have gone through many renditions of the landscaping plan, trying to continuously make improvements. We believe this project leaves the island in a much better state, and it also leaves the tidal resource adjacent to the island in a much better state than what exists today. Myself or members of the team will try to address any questions. We also will ask for the opportunity to address any public comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey and Matthew. Board members, questions? The applicant? Yes, Jim.
Mr. Caldwell, I looked at your plans, and I counted 9 structures that encroached into the 100-foot buffer, and I'd like to review those 9 with you, and can you confirm what I'm about to tell you?
Sure.
Okay. The first one is a 4-car garage that's 1,475 square feet. The second would be the parking area, which is about 2,000 square feet. Mm-hmm. The third would be a shed that's 384 square feet. The fourth would be a 900 square foot playground. The fifth would be the 660 square foot cottage.
That exists today.
Oh, that's okay.
Yep.
The seventh would be about an 800 square foot spa. The eighth would be a 35 by 60 foot barn.
That exists today as well.
All right. And lastly would be the new home, which is about 6,227 feet.
Correct.
Okay. So were you ever asked to look at these encroachments individually using the 6 criteria?
No, we did it collectively primarily because wherever there's a new building going in that buffer, it's in a lawn area. It's in a grassed area where there's lawn today, so it's previously developed upland soils. There's no vegetation removal proposed by these buildings. So we looked at this from a standpoint of, all right, there's structures, there's more structures on the island today than what will be there post-construction, and we've already removed 3 that were there a few years ago. So we've gone from, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 structures, where we started with 10. So we've made quite a net reduction in structural coverage.
Okay.
Yes.
I know you guys, I appreciate all of the hard work you've put into the invasive species and trying to clean up, especially the forest area, and wanting to maintain that moving forward. And your plans are all great. And I guess the long-term concern of mine would be if this property was to be sold, the next owner might not take that kind of care. So would you be open to, and I'm creatively thinking outside the box here, some sort of, self-imposed restriction based off of the forest land maintaining its, where you're working to get it towards?
Yeah. So
you know what I mean?
Ryan prepared that land management plan. Ryan, if you could address that question strictly in how is this, so if I understand it correctly, we've got a land management plan for today.
Right.
But what about 10 years from now?
20 years from now,
Yeah.
down the road, yes.
Okay.
How do we make it stick?
Well, I guess to address the management of the invasive species, we're planning to have them removed in a 3-year period, at which case we would come back to reevaluate the land management plan if it's been successful. There will be monitoring reports throughout that 3-year period to determine if it's been successful. Does there need to be another 3-year extension in order to continue management of the species?
So what if this property was, and we always have to think it's not just always the owner that has it now, because it could
Right.
get sold to someone else. So what legally would require a future owner to maintain that kind of care? Can we put, I'm an attorney, so I'm going to think, where is the legal ability for us to put some sort of, if it's a condo association, we can put it into the condominium docs, right?
No, good
So
question.
how do we do
First
that?
of all, I believe that the ADL trust is an irrevocable trust. So it can't, I don't think it can be sold. It can, okay. You know more about that than I do.
The trust can't be removed, but the property, the assets can most likely be removed and
Okay.
replaced. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
It's all right.
So I don't, the landowners wouldn't be opposed. I mean, you raise a really good point. Yeah, this is all great now, but what about 20 years? And I'm going to speak for the landowners. I think there'd be no opposition to a report from Pater on a,
And I'm happy to leave this as something that, the legal and planning department can work with you on, but I'm just looking for a long-term sort of
Yeah.
guarantee that this property is going to be maintained and at the standard that they're trying to get it to.
So several years ago, actually, I'm going way back 10 years ago, I, for the previous owner, did a subdivision plan for this island. Now, that plan is no longer valid. It's been removed. But one of the conditions the planning board put on at that time was monitoring of the bridge every 5 years. And that seemed like a good plan. And it's a good thing we did, because we just learned a couple months ago that, hey, guys, you can shore this up for construction, but this bridge ain't going to hold up much longer. It needs to be replaced.
Right.
So I guess my point is, I think that might be a good place to start, and we'd have no opposition to perhaps every 5 year, a report issued on the status of the invasive management of the management of the invasive species.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that works. I like that idea.
As a stipulation of the approval?
Right,
Okay.
right. We can make it a report back every 5 years, yeah.
Any other questions?
I don't, if I can ask a question. Isn't a condition of the conditional use permit for wetlands that regardless of taking a building off, that anything that's new that's put down has to meet that criteria for the wetlands buffer?
I was about to ask that question.
And I'm not sure if some of the new buildings that we walked through are meeting that.
Yeah, I'm not, so in the ordinance, I'm not aware of anywhere where it says you cannot have a structure within that wetland buffer. It says you can, provided you get a conditional use permit from this board.
Well, I think there's a different, I think the ordinance is a bad fit for what you want to do, and I applaud what you're trying to do and all the work you've done. I think it's a terrific project. Given the constraints of the island, you know, if this was a setback issue, you could go to the Board of Adjustment and probably find relief because of the geometry of the property. But for the house, for example, the ordinance does say to a 25% expansion limit on a home in the buffer. And obviously you're way over that. Again, I support this application, but I want you to help me get through that.
Sure. I think, so because, well, it's in the zoning ordinance, right?
Right.
Section 10 of the zoning ordinance.
I can, if you want, I can tell you where it is.
Yeah, no, that's okay. It's somewhere around 1017 in that section. And I don't have the exact language in front of me, but I've just, read through it many times and was not aware, or nothing stuck out that said you couldn't do that without this conditional use permit. And otherwise, this was the mechanism for expanding that footprint. I wasn't aware where it said you could not expand it by more than 50%, I think is the number you threw out.
I think it's 25, but, yeah, it's 25. But
25%.
But a single-family home is a permitted use, unlike certain other uses that aren't permitted in the buffer.
So the only thing I would add is there was again, it was 5 years ago. There was more than a 25% when the permit was issued back in 2017-18. It's been thoroughly reviewed by planning staff, Conservation Commission, Technical Advisory Committee. There was no indication that a variance was necessary for that part of it. So I'm of the opinion that it's not required, but again, I don't have the language in front of me.
I do, but I don't necessarily want to get into that too deeply. The garage, let's just look at the garage. Is there a reason, and I'm sure it's related to the topography and just how the buildings will relate to each other, why it didn't shift just outside the buffer?
Oh, brought down to the south?
Yes.
Yeah. There's probably 4 or 5 locations where the garage could go. We chose an area where it was open, not vegetated, where it was lawn today. There is, not shown on this plan, but we did locate all of the major trees on that island. And I suspect that between the lawn area and if we moved it south, there's a lot of large spruce trees out there that line the existing driveway today. And I suspect, but don't know for a fact, that if we moved it south, it would require the removal of some of those trees.
That's right. If we were to shift the garage closer outside of the buffer, we actually deliberately placed it here so that it could sink into the topography and be embedded into the landform. in the rear portion of it, and also to preserve several spruce trees and a gorgeous established and mature sugar maple tree that is really an anchor in the center of the island.
Figured there was a reason. Corey, you ran through a bunch of numbers, especially including the before and after impervious and those sorts of things. Were you referring to a specific sheet for those, or were those just been your own calculations?
Those are just my own calculations. Because it's a conditional use permit, we don't necessarily need to provide on the drawing what's going on outside the buffer, but I thought that was important to note that there is it's over 33,000 square foot reduction in pervious area on this site. And granted, a lot of that is outside of the buffer, but it still has an effect on the resource.
Of course. I took note of it. Any other questions of the applicant? Are we ready for a public hearing on this? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody here to speak to, for, or against this application? Please give your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes this first round.
Thank you. Lisa Oakes, 315 Little Harbor Road. Can you put that first picture back up? The original picture of the island?
She's working on it, I think.
Okay, thank you. I just had some questions for Anthony's team. First, I want to say my condolences on Peter. He was a good friend of ours, and we worked with him a lot. On a good note, I want to also say that the seawall looks great. You did a beautiful job on it. So I do have some concerns. I brought up the bridge, of course, at the TAC meeting, and I'm pleased to hear that it is going to be redone. My question is, are you going to put something back that's aesthetically pleasing, like the one, because that one supposedly came from Niagara Falls?
You need to speak
Okay,
into the
we-
microphone.
you-
Sorry.
And you-
I'm trying to speak
I know-
to
I know.
both of you. I'm
What-
sorry.
What you
So-
need to do, address your questions to us,
Okay.
and then they can
Okay.
answer them after.
So I guess I want to know what they're going to put for a bridge, and if they're going to replace the footings coming to the bridge, because that's how the bridge is. It sits like this, and it sits on footings, and those are all deteriorating also. So that I would like to know how they're going to do that, if it's going to look nice. Also, the sewer and the gas, are they going to run it under the bridge, or are they going to go through the mudflats for that?
We'll get an answer to that in a minute.
Okay, I got all kinds of them. Also, where the carriage house is, so they're planning to knock that down. Where exactly are you putting the garages? Are they going in the center? Because it's like a loop that goes around that island. Or are they putting it where that carriage house was? And what they call the horse barn, which was originally a horse barn and then was converted to a school. They're putting decks on it. Is it going to be used as a horse barn, or is it going to be used, because like the way it is, you could use it like a guest house. So I was just curious why you would put 2 decks on a horse barn. We couldn't see the thing here to know where they're taking the trees down. And my other concern is when they come out to Little Harbor Road,
You can,
okay, I'll be quick, and they're gonna go up with the sewer, that road just got paved. Are they gonna cut it and just patch it, or are they gonna repave it?
okay, thank you.
And that was it. Thank you.
You get another opportunity if you want to
Okay,
have more
that was it.
comments. Is
Thank you.
there anybody else here who'd like to speak to, for, or against this application for first round? Anybody on Zoom? Anybody I'd like to speak for second round. And if the applicant wants to address any of those questions, I'll leave that to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First question was the bridge. Back with what? We agree. The bridge is ugly. It's steel. It's rusted. It's concrete abutments. It's going to be replaced with a timber bridge, much more aesthetically pleasing. We're working with a timber bridge designer now, and the idea is for the timber bridge to be constructed at their location and then eventually brought up. It would be trucked up and put in place in 2 or 3 different spans. Just want to note that is the last part of the project. There's 3 years of construction to take place on the island first. The bridge would be the last piece. The carriage house to be removed is going to be replaced with landscaping and or some clover meadow area. The horse barn cannot be used as a guest house. It's going to primarily be used for storage. However, there will be an office inside there as well as a kitchen. The reason we can't use it as a guest house is when we got from this board a conditional use permit for the detached accessory dwelling unit, we were required to and did record an affidavit at the registry that no future units could exist on this property, just those 2, the main house and the detached accessory dwelling unit. The sewer coming up Little Harbor Road, we are aware that the road was just paved, and TAC and DPW is requiring us to repave that road, and we agreed to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The question was if the sewer was going to be under the bridge or in the mud, and yes, we're insulating it, and it would be under the bridge. However, it won't be visible. It'll be hidden up underneath.
Thank you. Any other second-time speakers? Third-time speakers? Nobody on Zoom still? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. It's the board's preference.
I guess I will go ahead and make a motion to find that the application satisfies the criteria set forth in section 10.101750 of the zoning ordinance.
I'll second.
Do you want me to speak to it?
Yeah, speak to it.
I remember I was probably the only person that was here 5 years ago when this got the approvals the last time. And I remember a lot of discussion around the fact that this is just a very unique property. So you really have to look at it as not being the same as every other property that we look at, and giving it some very unique status allows us to use the flexibility of our innovative land use and be able to, you know, and all in all, they're actually really improving the island. They're improving the water flow, the seawall. I was looking at the pictures. It looks really great. So I think the improvements are going to be a positive, because I think this island's been allowed to sort of get run down for quite a period of time. So I'm pleased with the improvements, and I think it's a good project.
Thank you. Jim.
Yes, I will not be supporting the motion. I agree, there's a lot of good things happening out here. I know there's been a lot of work, and maybe I haven't been on the board long enough to appreciate those efforts, but I'm really not convinced that this development minimizes impact to the shoreline buffer, and I really would have liked to have seen each individual building evaluated that way. So in my mind, I'm not convinced this is the least impact to the wetlands buffer.
Anybody else? I'm going to call the motion if there's no other comments. We have a motion to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Nay. Or aye.
Would you have a roll call, please?
Would you do a roll call, please, Beverly?
Just to make sure I don't want to get it wrong. Go ahead. I need help with all the names because I can't see them and I haven't been here long enough. So,
Say your name and say your vote.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
No, this is a vote, a roll call for approval.
Here.
No.
Aye. Or you want my
You want
vote?
no. Yes,
No.
I want your vote.
What is your vote?
I misunderstood.
That was a no?
That was a no.
That was a no,
Thank you.
yes.
Sorry.
I'm just going to go this way and then come back. I don't know all the names either, but I'm going to figure it out. Mr. Mahana?
Yes.
Oh, I really don't know the.
DiRienzo? Yes.
Mr. DiRienzo, yes. Mr. Hewitt?
No.
Mr. Pizzulio?
Yes.
City Manager Kennard?
Yes.
Chair Chelman?
Yes.
Oh, and me.
Councilor Moreau.
I'm a yes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses, 2 nos. It
Motion
passes.
carries 6-2.
Okay, and I'll keep talking. I will make the motion to vote to grant the wetland conditional use permit as presented with a stipulation that a 5-year report regarding the invasive species each 5 years gets reported back to the planning department so we can ensure its continued maintenance. And you want a roll call vote on this one too?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Miss,
Were you including the criteria in the memo?
oh, sorry, I was including my own criteria. Yeah. Am I not in the right place?
There's supposed to be a 3-year review, I thought, as well.
For your review of what?
I believe that when he spoke,
Land management plan.
that there was going to be a
Oh,
review.
they're going to do a 3-year,
Right. Yeah.
each 3 years until they get it stabilized. I'm saying long-term that we want to make sure each 5 years they're reporting back to the staff.
I'm sorry.
To ensure that it moves forward. That, I did say that.
Yes, you're good. I was looking ahead. I'm sorry. My bad.
The reason I was saying that is it probably makes sense to include the first 3 year at least anyways in the.
You know, as long as within 5 years we have a report back, I'm fine with that. I don't know that.
Yeah, I think to simplify, you could perhaps just say that what is listed in the land management plan as requirements should be followed.
All right, so that they'll report back each review. Okay, I will change my stipulation in my vote, motion to vote, that there will be a report back to the planning board at each review as per the land management plan. Someone write that down while I was talking.
I'm doing it. For each review provided in the land management plan.
Yeah, there will be a report provided to the city, to the planning department.
The second would agree.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Harris. Oh, wait, do we have discussion? I'm all ready to do my job.
A comment?
Yes.
The applicant mentioned there was a previous approval, I think by this board, that recommended a 5-year review of the status of the bridge. Was that part of another?
I think it's
approval?
already still stands.
Does
I
that
think
still
it-
apply? Or because that development didn't happen? And now they have a new bridge, or they're going to be putting a new bridge in. I would
I guess I
suggest that
understood
the
it.
5-year
The bridge be looked at.
inspection
I
of
guess
the
I
bridge
understood
report.
what they told us, is that's how they found that it needed to be replaced, is
Right.
that
So I
they
think-
realized that stipulation was there.
Going further,
To add to that, I'd be
It should
fine just
be,
making sure that there's a 5-year report on the status of the bridge construction.
Safety. Bridge safety.
Safety, thank you. I
Right.
needed a word.
It-
5-year
it's usually,
report on.
I know the state does it for their bridges, and we do it for ours, but I don't know a
Safety.
private bridge. They'd have to hire
Yep.
somebody to do that work and report to the,
Yeah.
I guess, the planning department.
Nope, I would be perfectly fine with adding that. How about the second?
Okay, about a
Second.
second.
No, I'm asking if the second agrees with adding that. Wasn't looking for a second, sorry.
There's an amendment to the prior motion, so.
Yeah. Anything else?
Any other discussion? Do we need a roll call on this one? If you prefer? Do you want?
It just didn't, it was confusing last time.
Yeah.
If it's not confusing this time, we don't need one.
I'm happy to do it. I'm already starting to write names.
Okay.
Let's try it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
7-1, motion carries. We have a request by Sherilyn McDermott, is the owner for
I can tell you the notes.
property located at 1054 Banfield Road, requesting a wetland conditional use permit under 10.1017 of the zoning ordinance to increase the amount of building in the buffer by 270 square feet for a breezeway and 72 square feet for the garage, a total building in size increase of 342 square feet. This property is located in Assessor Map 283, Lot 38, and lies in the Single Family Residence A District. Who is here to speak to this application this evening?
Hi, everybody. My name is Mark White. I'm the general contractor for Sherry McDermott. She's the owner of the property. Bear with me, I'm a little very nervous, public speaker, but...
We won't bite.
Yeah, thank you for that. So Sherry McDermott, the owner of 1054 Banfield Road, is asking for a conditional use permit in order to increase the size of her existing breezeway and garage. Both breezeway and garage fall within 100 feet wetland buffer zone. Excuse me. The existing breezeway is currently 15 feet wide by 10'6" front to back. There is an existing front and rear deck on the breezeway, which we would like to demo and use that space to increase the size of the breezeway to 15 foot by 28'6". This would make the breezeway the same width front to back as the main house of 28'6". The current one-bay garage is 18 feet by 28'6". Sherry hopes to increase the size of the garage by adding one bay, which would make it 28 feet wide by 32 feet deep. The new proposed addition to the garage would utilize an existing asphalt area on the side of the garage and would remain 55 feet from the wetlands. Of this 55 feet, approximately 26 feet is existing lawn. The remaining 29 feet or so is an existing natural area of trees and plants. There is, however, a small section of mowed grass area closer to the Banfield Road with a limited vegetated buffer between the driveway and a small brook which comes from a small culvert from under Banfield Road. As part of our proposal, we would transform this area back to a more natural state, planting high bush blueberries 4 to 5 feet apart and no longer mow in this area. We also propose to install gutters on the new additions and feeding them underground to a dug well, a dug dry well located in the low section of the lawn behind the garage. The dug dry well would be 8 feet by 8 feet by 4 feet deep, fully lined with landscape fabric. It will consist of 8 yards of 2-inch clean stone capped with fabric with 6 inches of cedar loam on top. This would give us approximately 1,000-gallon holding capacity, which would then disperse into the ground and therefore reducing the water runoff burden to the buffer and wetlands. In conclusion, Sherry feels this project can achieve 2 beneficial goals for the city of Portsmouth. It can enhance the looks of the neighborhood without losing its original charm. Secondly, it will lessen its impact on the buffer zone and wetlands. Any questions?
Any questions of the applicant? Yes, Jim.
I see on the plan you have blueberry bushes offered to be planted, and it appears it's off your property. Is that true?
No, it is not. No. The line of blueberries would be on our on her property.
Okay, all right, so, do you know who owns that next to you? Is that
I
the
think
city
it's town, I think it's town
City of
property.
Portsmouth property?
Yep.
Okay.
The plan does show the blueberry bushes on the other side of the property line.
The blueberry bush is out by the Banfield Road. Is that what you're
Correct.
asking
Yeah,
about? Yes, that's the previous owners mowed that area. So
Okay.
it became part of their lawn, basically. So we're proposing to stop mowing it and add the blueberry bushes for a buffer zone.
Okay, I just
It is-
want to make sure.
It is not on our land, on
Yeah,
her land,
so
though.
the City of Portsmouth land, that's fine. I just want to
Okay.
make sure it was,
You're correct. I was
Okay,
thinking
great.
about the other buffer zone, yeah.
Are the wetlands just based on the GIS map from the city?
Yes. Yep.
Any other questions? I guess there are no other questions?
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
This is a public hearing, correct?
Yes.
I will open the public hearing. Is anybody here to speak to, for, or against this application? Anybody on Zoom? Second round speakers, third round speakers? I'm going to close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
I guess I'm going to make a motion to vote to find that the application satisfies the criteria set forth in section 10.1017.50 of the zoning ordinance.
Second on that?
Second.
Would you like to speak to it? or-
This is an extremely minimal change, and they're actually doing quite a bit to improve the property and the surrounding wetland, so I'm in favor of it.
Okay, I think we're ready for motion, we're ready for a vote, rather. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I'd make a motion that we vote to grant the wetland conditional use permit with the following stipulations. The applicant will add new plantings along the fence closest to the wetland in addition to those shown at the front of the property. The applicant will install appropriate erosion control measures during construction. The applicant will follow NOFA standards for lawn care in the wetland buffer, and the applicant will provide a planting plan showing the spacing, type, and location of the new plantings for review by staff, and the applicant will show the location of the dry well on the plans for review by staff.
We have a second?
Second.
I think the dry well is on there.
It is, yeah. Maybe they want, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't there when that stipulation was originally put in.
Can I speak to that?
Sure.
Can I speak to that?
Technically, once we close the public hearing, we're not supposed to allow anyone else to speak.
There's no harm, I mean, it's,
Right, exactly.
so. Yes, Ray?
We can ask for detail for that.
You want a
Detail.
detail?
It's just shown on the plan, but if you want to detail how it's going to be constructed.
Be constructed. There is no details as to how it's going to be constructed.
So not
that's
location.
probably, not the location, but the detail of it.
Right.
That's probably
Construction
what that
detail.
should be changed to be. There you go.
Anything else? You good? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody need a break?
I wouldn't mind one.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
I wouldn't turn it down.
I know, I'm not turning it down right now.
So raised.
That crossed my mind.
and then go back.
Everybody, I think we're ready to
Big
go.
circle.
Back online.
Clockwise, right?
It's just been a dream world.
Welcome back.
Borrowed money.
We have a public hearing, request of One Market Square LLC as owner for property at 1 Congress Street.
You're forgetting.
Oh, we skipped
Did
one.
I jumped over one?
You jumped over.
I jumped
Yeah.
over one. I'm sorry.
Like,
I'm sorry.
You're gonna scare some people out there.
Sorry, folks. Let's go to the request of Charles Dudas, owner for property at 32 Monteith Street, requesting a conditional use permit under section 10814 of the zoning ordinance for the construction of an attached accessory dwelling unit totaling 576 square feet in gross floor area. This property is located in Assessor Map 143, Lot 22, in the General Residence A District. Who is here to speak to this application?
Good evening, Board. My name is Chuck Dudas. My wife and I are homeowners at 32 Monteith Street, where we live there with our 3 young daughters. This project may look familiar to some of you. I guess going back, starting at the beginning, we applied for a wetlands conditional use permit in May of 2020 to do improvements on our house, our primary dwelling unit, which was it included tearing down the old garage, removing the driveway, adding a 2-story addition to the primary dwelling unit, and then adding a new garage away from the wetlands and removing the existing shed. So this is what we're proposing to do with the ADU is to build the ADU on the 2nd story of the proposed garage. The site plan from the wetlands conditional use permit that was approved in 2020, and then an extension was granted in 2021. So that's still active. The only change since the wetlands conditional use permit in terms of the site plan is that due to in talking with site contractors, as we've started the project with the addition on the left-hand side of the building, they pointed out that the gas meter on the side of the house was going to require bollards to protect it from vehicular traffic. So that prompted us to go to the ZBA to ask for an additional 2 feet of garage towards the side setback, and that was granted on Tuesday night. But that gas meter location and needing to protect it really drove the request to change the footprint of the building from what was asked for in the wetlands conditional use permit. So that was just to access the garage with the cars. I was concerned that that was going to be difficult on the left-hand side of that 2-car garage with the bollards right there. So that was the driving force behind the request for the extra 2 feet. Other than that, the ADU for our family is really being driven by economics, living and trying to it's a pretty significant construction project, and we're in the middle of building the 2nd story, the 2-story addition on the left-hand side, and construction costs are, it's expensive to build. So that's part of it, is just thinking about trying to provide housing and provide a means to build the garage, to be honest. So that's what's driving it. I believe, as I laid out, that we do meet all of the criteria for the attached ADU. The attached ADU will be less than 750 square feet, proposing 576 square feet. It's going to be 1 bedroom. It is going to be accessed through a connector or breezeway that's between the primary dwelling unit and the garage. It was, originally we were proposing just to come out of the garage and come up a couple steps to a landing into the house, and then we're going to just put another set of stairs and go up to the 2nd story of the 2nd floor of the garage to access the ADU. So that'll all be enclosed within that breezeway. You know, the ADU setback, you know, with the garage setback from the property line. We believe that the aesthetics of the ADU match the existing house, match the two-story addition that we're putting on. In our opinion, it's a building that, and it does fit with the character of the neighborhood and fits with our house. The ADU is going to be owned by us as my wife and I as the owners of the principal dwelling unit, and we're going to continue to occupy the house and, you know, not use this for business. And, you know, the driveway will be large enough for 4 cars to park, plus 2 cars in the garage. So you know, we're fully expecting that any occupant of the ADU would be parking on, you know, in the driveway. Possibly in the garage itself. We've talked to our a butter to the right, and he has no issues with what we're proposing. I think his biggest concern, I imagine, would be just making sure that there aren't cars on the street, which is our concern as well. So certainly would be expecting any tenants to be parking in the driveway, and. We with young children and being in the neighborhood, we're certainly going to be conscious of any noise and anything like that. So we're going to be managing our tenant probably more closely than anyone else, just given that we're going to live we live right there, right next to them. So. So anyway, as I said, I believe that we, are meeting all of the criteria for the attached ADU, and I request that we be granted this conditional use permit. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Yes, Jim.
It's Mr. Dudas, correct?
Yes.
You went through with the ZBA this week?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results there?
It was granted.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got a lot line side setback?
Side setback of 8 feet, where 10 feet is required.
Okay. And you're probably aware of Portsmouth's focus on housing, and ADUs are hopefully going to be a part of that solution. This is a 1-bedroom, just under 600 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
Would you think that a rent of $2,500 to $3,000 is going to be reasonable here, or is that what?
I think that's certainly more than we would expect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe $2,000 to $2,500 is something?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna, yes, I think something in that range. I don't know. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves in terms of,
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to get a feel for
what that rent would look like.
rents and ADUs and them being associated with affordable housing, let me say.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just trying to get a.
I think in our mind, the right, having the right tenant is going to be, as important as the what we get in rental.
Yeah, I don't mean to pry as far as your financial
Yeah.
business, but it's important for us to know about what these are going to go rent for.
Certainly. Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant? I guess we have a public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open the public hearing. Is anybody here to speak to, for, or against this application? Anybody on Zoom? Second round speakers, third round speakers. Going to call them all quickly. Going to close the public hearing. It's a pleasure of the board.
Question for the chair?
Sure.
He has a current conditional use permit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not yet expired.
Correct.
He's made 2 changes, an ADU, and moved the building 2 feet. Or moved the garage 2 feet closer to the setback, which Jim just talked about. So what are we going to be motioning? What are we changing? And plus there's no recommendation from staff with the verbiage, so we want to do it once.
I believe there is a recommendation from staff.
I was just scrolling, I didn't see it. Okay, sorry.
And this was the one I was mentioning earlier that I wanted to switch to make the findings first, that this application satisfies the criteria, and then if that's the board's pleasure, then to vote on the granting it. But I guess it is a little bit of a technical question where he's changed the application, right?
So from what I understand, there is, I guess, a new conditional use permit before the board this evening, which would be the standing conditional use permit that would be binding on the applicant. I would say that what you have before you and you decide tonight would be what would be binding on the applicant. The other conditional use permit, I want to say this would supplant that, and maybe we can make that a stipulation that this is
Supersedes it.
this supersedes the previous one, but that would be my recommendation.
Yes.
Our other conditional use permit was to do work in the wetland buffer. This is for an ADU. They don't have a conditional use permit for an ADU, to the best of my knowledge. This was an addition to the project as a whole. So the original project was the addition and moving the garage, and they got a conditional use permit to work in the wetland buffer in order to, because they actually took the garage out of the buffer and then put the addition up closer to the road. This is a conditional use permit to add an ADU as part of that garage that's already been approved to be built.
I apologize, I misunderstood.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I thought
That was my understanding.
Please try again.
Sorry.
We should try again.
No,
Let's try that again.
I agree with you on the ADU, but the garage is now 2 feet closer to the wetlands that were,
No, it's on the other side.
okay.
It's
okay.
farther away. It's on the other
On
side
the other
of the
side, the
building.
addition was the wetlands.
It's the setback to the property line that's an issue with moving it. Yeah.
Got it.
It had nothing to do with the wetland use.
Got it.
Thank you for that clarification.
And if I could clarify my comment then, it was the criteria is 10.814.60 that I thought we needed to agree that this application satisfies first, and then consider the granting of the condition, the accessory unit.
Of
That's
the
what I-
modification.
Yeah.
Would you like me to go ahead and start with that?
Any other, we good with that?
I think we need a motion, so. Okay. I will make a motion that we vote to find the application meets the requirements set forth in section 10.814.60 of the zoning ordinance and grant the conditional use permit as presented.
I'll
Second.
You want to say anything else in support of that?
I've watched this project from the beginning. I liked it the first time. I loved how they were pulling things out of the buffer, and I get construction's expensive, everything's expensive, so to pay for this long term, and I have to say I really love how they match the windows on the addition to over the garage. That's so adorable. Yeah, that's about all I have to say.
Adorable.
It is. It's adorable.
Ready for a vote?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I make a motion that we vote to grant a modification to the requirements set forth in section 10.814 to allow for an expansion that includes 576 square foot addition.
Second.
And this seems perfectly reasonable in my respect. It's really just making the garage taller, which now actually, it's still lower than the addition. It's way lower than the house. It's set back from the front of the house as well. So I think it's very fitting and appropriate to create some hopefully affordable housing. Woohoo!
I think we're ready for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now, I got ahead of myself. Now is request of One Market Square LLC owner for property located at 1 Congress Street, requesting design review approval to partially demolish existing buildings and construct a new 3-story structure with a short 4th story. Said property is shown in Assessor Map 117, Lot 14, and lies within Character District 4, Character District 5, and the Historic District. Who is here to speak to this application?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. John Shigan from Ambit Engineering, representing One Market LLC. The team here tonight is Mark McNabb. The architect was supposed to be here. I don't know if she's going to be along, but Terrence Parker from Terra Firma Architecture, FX Bruton, and Marie Brody from McNabb Properties. So we're here for a design review, public hearing. The project team is on the cover sheet. The next sheet shows the standard boundary survey. Then we have existing conditions plan. Demolition plan is next. So there's going to be some demolition of some structures that currently exist that were added on over time in the back to replace other structures that were removed or burned down. There's a 3-story with short fourth proposed for the back where the where this area on the top is currently, after the removal of the building and the parking area. That parking area will be lowered down to below grade and accessed by a car elevator. The next sheet is the overall site plan. And the intent here with the proposed building, which you see on the northwest side of the structures that face on Congress Street, is to meet the zoning requirements as much as possible. The project is in both the CD4 and CD5 zones, the zone line that runs through the middle of the lot. There were 2 lots that were combined to create a 16,106 square foot development parcel. So the idea is to add to the Congress Street buildings up to Haven Court, and the property is is that the right one? Yeah, I think so. There we go. High Street abuts on the east side, Haven Court on the northwest. Building will occupy that space. There'll be a 10-foot alley between the back of the proposed building and the Newbury's building, which extends back from Congress Street out to Haven Court. And a part of what we talked about at the last meeting, we did do a concept meeting with the board a month ago, and we talked about this exciting opportunity to energize these streetscapes. We looked at what we might do to High Street, lowering the grades, eliminating the curb, doing things like that, taking Haven Court and turning it into a more pedestrian-friendly alley and bringing that all the way out to Fleet Street. At this point in time, and at that concept meeting, one of the things that we heard was that the garage connector that we had shown across Haven Court it's something that we heard and we eliminated from the proposal. So it does not include that connector. It's not a part of what's being proposed in this plan going forward. The developer is pursuing specific uses. So there it looks like at this point we're going to have restaurant on the first floor in its entirety. And then in the floors above, office, retail, possibly a boutique hotel. So those uses are all on the table and being looked at by the developer at this time. We're here to get public input. I don't know if anybody else from the team wants to say anything at this time, but we thank you for your helping us with this tonight. I guess Terrence Parker would like to say a few words.
Hi there, Terrence Parker of Terra Firma Landscape Architecture. Is it possible to switch to that aerial photo? Do you know what page that is, John?
If she goes...
Yeah, right. Yeah, see the upper left-hand corner there. So basically, my work is to animate the Haven Court behind the proposed building and its connection down to Ladd Street. But if you see in your brochure there that there's an aerial photograph that shows you what an important linkage Haven Court is to the pedestrian corridor that could go from all the way from the Worth lot across Fleet, starting at Gillies, and going up that steep slope behind the Newbury building into Haven Court, across High Street, Ladd Street, across Market into Commercial Alley, and then over to the McIntyre building. So it could be quite a beautiful pedestrian corridor, and we're actually working with the city to advance that idea. So my work is really to animate the space behind the proposed building, and part of that starts at Fleet Street with picking up the themes that you'll see later when Tracy gets here about the the 1980s iron and glass theme. So you can see in the idea sheet, on what page is that, John? Go up, forward. Again. Just click through these until you see the bright colored sheets. And I'll stop you at that point. Right there. Okay. So it's about a 14-foot grade from Fleet to the back of Newberry, so that's a significant slope. So part of my work is to figure out the pacing, so that's a really beautiful pacing going up there with stairs. And so I'm picking up on the theme of the stretching out the labyrinth that was started in the Greeks to trap monsters, then it evolved into pilgrimage themes and therapy themes and mindfulness. So I will design a pattern on the ground plane between High Street and Fleet that animates your foot movements, so it could be really playful. So it's really an animating thing from the back of that space from High Street down to Fleet. And that whole corridor will be filled with catenary lights and other lighting elements that pick up on the work that Tracy's doing in the building. But that you can see in the image down at Fleet Street that there's a possibility of iron and glass prisms that would signal the entry into some special space that is the linkage. So then you go up the stairs, and you can see some of the ideas in these pictures below, picking up on the work that we did on Chestnut Street with the curbless street and the sculpted sitting stones that would animate the space and give people a place to have a respite. And there'd be an amphitheater maybe at the top of where Gillies is, looking out into the western sky there. And then there could be other prism elements that could be located to illuminate the space, and the catenary lights you see in that upper right-hand image. So we're really trying to make that space a really lively pedestrian area that picks up on some of the themes that Tracy is establishing in the building, and you'll see that soon enough. So, Mark, do you want to say anything at this point? Anybody else? Sure. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess if we could go back a few sheets to keep going. Oh, go back. Yeah, right there. Perfect entry. So we have here, Tracy, you're up. The beautiful building, and I'll let Tracy take it from here.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Yes, so where exactly are we at?
Architecture.
Yeah. We have 3 stories and a short fourth. We commercial on the ground floor, retail restaurant, offices above. And we are looking to transition the idea of the old Edwardian architecture of the corner of 1 Congress Street to transition it back to the more contemporary architecture of the, or scale of the garage and the architecture behind it. We're playing off of the materials that we find on the front on Congress Street. And sorry, I'm out of breath. I ran all the way here. And playing on the idea of the forms and the glazing and the firescapes and the different details we have in the terracotta on the original buildings. I don't know if there are any questions. I'm happy to answer those.
Does the board have any questions for the applicants? Or applicant and the representatives?
Just a question about Haven Court. Is that a city street?
That question has been under discussion. I can let FX speak to that.
Good evening, FX, Bruton and Barabee. I think Attorney Sullivan is still here. We're just discussing that issue in terms of how it relates to the project. I don't think there's been any final resolution. I mean, our research suggests that it's not. And I think the city is just looking to see if that is or isn't the case, and we're working with them. So we haven't come to that conclusion. I don't think the city has, but we're working with that. And as this project progresses, we'll certainly, I think, get to a point where we understand at least, whether it is or it isn't.
So how are you going to use it if it's not yours?
Well, we think it's a private way, and there's a lot of research behind that. And what we would like to do, whether it's public or private, is, again, work with the city with respect to the kind of improvements that they might like to see as well.
What about all the dumpsters that are back there now?
Yeah, and so what we've done is we've worked with the abutter, where those are the dumpsters for the abutter. And we've had a good discussion with them about how we could address that and potentially deal with that. We're working on those solutions, but that would be one of our concerns as well. And we actually had that discussion with them. But we haven't really advanced that in great detail. So once we do get to that point, we're going to start talking about that. But that's one of those topics.
And is that where the entrance to the car elevator is going to be?
No, that area is actually, if you think of Haven Court, it's a fairly limited area. There is another section or parcels of land that isn't technically part of Haven Court. And at that point, I think that dumpster is not even located on that section. And there's a portion of land owned by the city that they acquired, I think it was in '95. But so we're active in terms of our discussions, not only with the city, but with the abutter who has that. That's their dumpster. So a lot of that is not formalized at all, but a lot of the discussions have occurred with respect to that, so that when we come with a formal application, we're going to be able to really, walk you through that.
Okay.
Yep. But those are active topics. Thank you.
Just to further that,
John,
if we go back to the site plan. There, right there. Yeah, so the latest question was about the entrance to the garage, and that entrance to the garage is right here.
In the corner.
Yeah, in the corner. So you come down High Street and then come around the corner, and that gets you into the lift that goes to the lower level. So
That's not a radius that any generous sized vehicle could do.
yeah, I believe so. You're looking at passenger vehicles,
Okay.
And part of the final design, when we refine this, if we need to, we can take that and angle it so it does work. We have that possibility. Getting back to the Haven Court, whether it's determined to be public or private, it's still going to be something the developer wants to reinvigor and invest money in. And the way that the building is set up, it's outside of the limits of what that ownership eventually is, if that.
But it doesn't currently connect to Fleet Street.
It does, in the sense that there's a corridor there that has been interrupted by some Jersey barriers, okay? But if you jump over the Jersey barrier, you can get there. And the idea is to reconnect that for public access and walking.
Somehow.
Yes, somehow, by, as Terrence said, putting in the steps, moving the dumpsters, and the dumpster, we are working on a thought that there would be the ability for this abutter to access a chute that would allow them to move the dumpsters into the basement of the applicant's building. That's kind of, it's not all agreed, but that's the thought. So we are thinking about it under those terms very seriously. So yeah, if you get the dumpsters out of there and make it a walkable path, then it could be a connection.
So this is an exciting application. You've got a lot of interesting things going on here with High Street and Haven Court and your abutting landowners. I don't know if this is the application for it, but I know in some similar circumstances where there have been a lot of moving parts that I've been involved in with other applicants in other jurisdictions, where we've had workshop sessions to talk about this sort of thing, just this one application. We haven't done that yet. Since I've been on here, I don't know if this board has done that before. And I don't know how the board feels about that, if the board would be interested in that sort of thing.
Useful. So are you talking about, I understand what you're saying. So as far as the design team, we've talked to the city staff, and we've sort of tried to separate the design on the site from all the public improvements beyond the site, because those are on public property mostly. And the thought from the planning department was that we should have a stakeholders group and start some discussions in that regard. And of course, if the planning board wants to make the stakeholders group meeting a workshop with you, that's fine too. But we were going to start down that path and engage the greater community in that design, because it is a collaborative design.
Sure. Well, I think in the way I've seen these work, like the question just came about turning radius. You've got the way, I'm sure you've got auto turner templates and other things you could just show. Here's how it looks.
Yep.
Real-time interaction with questions. There may be a question about the architecture. Here's how that looks. This is why we did this. This is why we didn't do that. This is what we're proposing on Haven, what we're proposing on High Street. Or it could look like this. You know, there can be, it's less stilted, I guess would be a better way perhaps of saying it, where you can have more interaction. And I have not discussed this with my board members, so
Well, and this would be the point where you're creating a work session of some sort that would also usefully include a site walk or a site visit, because it's a very weird, constrained. They might do a great job, but without looking at it, the drawings look a lot different.
And Councilor Moore, you had your hand up.
I did. I wanted to ask some questions to the architect. Way back when she was up. I guess a concern or just question, the little 3-story, really historic, adorable little building that sits on High Street, sort of going to now be in between. I sort of feel like you have the new building sort of set back a little ways. Is that at the face of that building, that little jog, or is it go behind it? I'm just trying to figure out a way that we don't lose that cutest little thing
Exactly. We on purpose, we set that piece of the building that's next to it back. It's set back about 6 or 7 feet, I believe, and then it's a good 10 feet wide. And so it's in the shadows. So from the oblique from Ladd Street, you can see those coins on the corner turn around. There's a little bit of detail that wraps.
So it has that curved roof. Now you can see sort of just that brown behind it. Is that a connection between the other two buildings? Is that what that is? It's hard to tell.
It is, and that is set back even further. That's set back about 25 feet.
It's hard to tell when you just see, a flat picture. That's why I'm always asking.
Yeah.
It's hard to see what's going to be here and there.
Yeah, you actually can't see that from the ground because the High Street you can't get far enough away because of the width of High Street.
Right, so you really just see the 3-story cute building.
That's right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have a question, and I'm not sure who it's to, and I want to ask for forgiveness with my relative ignorance on this one, but what obligation does the applicant have in providing access or accessibility through the open walkway that you were talking about, Terrence? And does that change depending on the ruling of who owns that area? So I just, if I'm wondering, I'm betting other people might be wondering.
Right, the ADA compliant aspect.
Right,
If it's
and
public
what
property.
obligation do you have to meet some or any or all of that?
So just so I better understand exactly what you're asking, if it's a public street, the ownership may or may, it doesn't change. I mean, we have title to that area, and a public street or a private street can be on that fee. So if I can kind of back up in terms of what I was suggesting in terms of what we would do, if it's a public area, we could still do off-site improvements, is what you would legally call it, but it would again be a collaborative effort with staff at this point, and obviously with this board, in terms of what you want to see there. So the one thing that was brought up is that it's not technically, beyond Haven Court. It's not a road, it's not cars going off the cliff, because it does narrow to a point where there isn't any elevation there at all. So it's really set up for an area for pedestrian access, keeping in mind that, again, and it's hard to visualize, but if you went to the existing, boundary survey, you would see that Haven Court goes to a point and then it ends. And it ends roughly just past where our building would end. After that, there's a point where it's not technically Haven Court, but there's a portion that's owned actually by the city. So that portion that's owned by the city has some different aspects to it that don't really project as a city road, if you will. So if you get to that point, the city can work with us or can do it on its own, obviously. They can create pedestrian access there. And in fact, it exists. I mean,
Well, maybe I'm not being clear. Stephanie,
Yeah.
would you mind bringing up the landscape ideas sheet? It's those stairs.
Right, they're not ADA compliant to have
I'm wondering,
stairs.
is there a workaround to that? Are you obligated to provide one or not? I'm not sure.
City Manager and members of the Planning Board, I'm Mark McNabb. I can speak to this issue. We're not providing handicap accessibility there. That grade is 14 feet from Fleet Street. If that were to be handicap, it would need a couple 100-foot-long ramp. So it's not that we don't appreciate it,
You don't have the
but
geography.
in this situation, you just can't get 14 vertical feet with a handicap ramp.
Right.
So we would just be proposing that the steps would be there for that. Should the city decide that they don't want to do that, then I've said, just make a park at the top overlooking the bottom and make a park at the bottom and don't connect pedestrians through. I think that would be unfortunate, than to connect through. But if the city felt that you couldn't do it without handicap, it couldn't be done there without additional land taking or something from Gillies. And even that, you'd still need a couple 100 feet, for a ramp. You just couldn't physically get that. So we've looked at that, and the ADA just can't be done there.
Thank you.
Mark, is that knob ledge? Is that the reason for it?
We think certainly some of it is ledge. Our borings in the parking lot would indicate probably within 5 feet down is ledge. However, though, if you change that grade, you change the entire entry system on Newberry building. They have entry doors there, J.J. Newberry's. That's where the restaurant takes deliveries. They load stuff, they bring trash out. So they can't change that grade or you lose the entire building relationship there.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Jim.
Yeah, I have a question for the architect, please. In general, I find your design very pleasing aesthetically. And I'm trying to keep an open mind on the prism. And I'm just trying to, I'm not an architect, so I'm trying to understand what goes into an architect's process when you're designing a building And then you had a feature you wanted to stand out, I guess. You wanted it to be different. And so I'm trying to understand how this evolved. Did you have to go through different designs, or is this something you saw somewhere else that you liked?
So the prism, as we call it, it serves as a wayfinding device. So as we want to help pull people down Commercial Alley and down Ladd Street and connect them down through to Fleet Street, and by having these memorable moments or landmarks that help people remember where they are and encourage them to go down a certain way or turn a certain way. And by using the different facets of the glass, we're looking at reflecting some of the architecture in it. So perhaps somebody walks down Ladd Street and they see a reflection of the steeple. And that led to the shape of this, which is similar to the tall point of the steeple, which is turns people down the view to the view down High Street, which is a pretty amazing view in Portsmouth. It's the only one where you actually have the North Church steeple aligned right down a street, framed perfectly, and it's really important. So we want to create that visual link between the two. We're also playing off the kind of angular architecture that you see on 1 Congress Street with the dormers and some of the unusual shapes in that roof. You see up there, there's some interesting glass features on the roof that we're playing on there.
So it was really custom designed for this corner. Did you say that?
Very much so, yeah. It's meant to really recall the shape and architecture of the steeple primarily. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Ryan.
I think maybe this is kind of like speaking to the benefit of a workshop or a site visit, but I'm having a little bit of trouble. I love the idea of connecting Fleet Street, Haven Court. I'm having a little bit of trouble reconciling the idea of the garage entrance being back there and a whole lot of people walking around, especially if we're making a wayfinding space where people are going to be kind of wandering about in that space and a lot of cars. I don't know what the amount of cars parking that's going to be beneath the structure, but just kind of reconciling all of that. A lot of people walking around, kids walking around, a lot of cars moving around, and the tightness of the space, if you will. I know it's not really a question, it's more of a comment.
Actually, I can speak to that a little bit. The car elevator in the lower level will have approximately 25 parking spaces. The important thing for the planning board to know, that is not available for the public. They're private. The elevator will only be for occupants of the building or valet. So there won't be a public component coming into Haven Court. So if you talk about 25 cars, that's really a negligible over a period of a day going in and out of there. And it would always be the same set user.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have the public doing that.
They're all going to be coming around the same time, leaving around the same time.
So pretty much whatever congestion pattern you have in there would be pretty much the same it is today.
Yep.
And our plan's trying to improve all that by dropping the curbs on High Street and Ladd Street, more like the music hall, so that it's not so awkward right now. Right now, like the cast iron lights the city has creates pinch points on those sidewalks that in some places are only 3 feet even on the sidewalk. So it's very unfriendly right now with all the curbs. But when we've all gone down the music hall, when you drop the curbs, even when there's like a lot of people and a car comes through, it's really fine. It's not anything that is unsafe. So we're recommending to the city, and we're willing to pay for it, and not split it with the city, to rebuild High Street and Ladd Street, to be more pedestrian and car friendly. We also favor, we've said this to the staff, and we'll bring it back up again. We actually favor and are recommending closing that entrance to the High Hanover garage. In most cities where you go to, you don't have 3 entrances to a garage. You get your cars off the street quickly, off the highway. You don't want them working into your downtown center market square. to go into a third entrance. So that congestion in that area, we think could be done better by getting your cars off sooner and not making that an option to enter into the garage there. That's ultimately up to the city, but I just wanted the planning board to hear that because we have surfaced that with staff and we are in discussions. What the city decides to do with it, I'm not sure. But what we're doing in that area will really open it all up. And the car elevator is private and it's not open for the public. So,
you.
and also that glass prism, based on an HDC work session and feedback we're getting, it's being reduced in size, and it's being put a little more into the building. It'll be a glass corner. It's quite attractive, but it's going to be less in scale than what you see right now.
I was going to ask about that because, I made a comment about that at the last meeting and probably folks didn't like to hear, but one of the things that is in our site plan regulations, one of the purposes is to preserve and enhance the historic and cultural character of the community. And I think this is a question for the architect. If you could explain the geometric relationship between the prism and the steeple, and if it's completely inside your building, fine, have all the fun you want inside a building, but both the prism and then the windows, you've got like corner windows projecting from the building. If you could speak to those.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the prism, as was mentioned, is being reduced in scale. It's being incorporated into the building, so there will be floor space inside. Previously, we had talked about it being more of linear, almost an atrium feature. That wasn't programmed, so it now it's going to have some program. The windows that project they're essentially a bay window without the front piece, and there are bay windows all over town. This particular arrangement is simply a reference to the dormers on the top of 1 Congress Street, which have the same 90-degree angle. It's on the vertical. We've turned it flat to reference those, but also to reference, right now, the building on the side on High Street is covered with a lot of old fire escapes, and we're taking those down because they're not needed. They're rusting away, and we're going to make the building safe by putting in fire stairs and bringing it up to code that way. So the fire escapes have become obsolete, but they had their place in history and they had their legacy, and they are kind of part of the fading urban landscape. So by having these windows sort of emerge from the building as you go down the street, just a little bit to cast a shadow across the facade of High Street. The sun comes down here really beautifully in the mornings. It will cast the shadow of those thin metal lines across the facade in the same way that the fire escapes do now. So it's recalling that legacy of the fire escapes, that point in history that's now gone. It's going to reemerge and have a new expression in this edition.
Thank you. I guess you do have them on 90-degree different sides of the building, and why didn't you use bay windows? Just curious.
So the bay window has, it's like half a hexagon. There's no reference to that in the old building. It would be unique to that street. It doesn't exist anywhere else. Right now, we already have the 90-degree shapes and forms in the existing building, and they're smaller. It would be overwhelming, I think, and a little incongruous to have the half hexagons.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, to another point in the ordinance when you started the question in regards to preserving the historic character, there's a very important part in the ordinances that actually encourages contemporary design. So if you look at 60 Penn Hollow that I'm building right now, where there's heavy timbers and there's serpentine bands, and that's a part of the ordinance that specifically is provided to actually depart from. So when you take some architecture like this, it can be appropriate to do something a little more modern, because what that'll do is it'll bring more significance to the old historic buildings, and it'll give the ability to do some modern architecture. So we think that's important as well on some of the windows that we're doing here, is to differentiate it between not a fake historic one and a real historic one. And that's the neat part of the ordinances that allow for actually full contemporary design buildings, if you want.
Okay, I personally have a problem with that, and we can agree to disagree, and I respect your position. So I guess we have technically a public hearing. Any other questions? The applicant? Open the public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak to, for, or against this application?
Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. I'm going to speak very quickly now, and then I'm going to speak with the second time around, if that's okay. So very briefly, I'm just passing that around from when I talk after. I just wanted to talk to you about the idea of the dumpster situation. A very simple example is I have a very small restaurant in one of my buildings, and we get the dumpster emptied twice a week. And I imagine that if you ever go down onto the Fleet Street area where the dumpster stands for just the Newberry building, they have a very large dumpster there. They're proposing to put all restaurant on the bottom floor, and restaurants make a ton of trash. If you've ever worked in a restaurant, you know that. If you've ever driven by one, you know that. And if you've ever owned one, you know that. So the amount of trash that they're going to try to put into the corner of this building seems like it's going to be an immense amount. So I'm not really sure how they're going to do it, but it just seems unreasonable. It also means that somebody's going to have to carry all of those smaller containers out of the basement and bring them to the road, which means one of the problems that we have on Bow Street is what it looks like in the morning sometimes when you see all the trash containers lined up out there from all the restaurants. So imagine that in that very small area of Fleet and Haven Court and High Street, or all in front of Congress Street. So that's one thing. The whole idea of prisms and lights seems to go against the dark sky theory that Portsmouth has presented over the years, asking developers to continue to make the skyline less light and continue to make it more dark, and keep those lights low and facing to the ground and not shining all over the place. And to me, when I think of a prism, I think of light shining everywhere. And in regards to the stairs, I do have issues with them because of the fact that it's supposed to be a public access. If you left out the stairs and took away the Jersey barriers, people could walk through there as it sits. You could spruce up the left and right side and make it presentable with plants or even benches or anything. But adding all those stairs to me seems really counterproductive in terms of moving people through the city and trying to keep them off the main streets and put them on the side. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? Anybody on Zoom? Second-time speakers?
Good evening. Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. This is an opportunity to thank the Jarvis family for having preserved this piece of Portsmouth history through all the urban renewal, the 70s and the 80s downtown changes up until now. The National Hotel, which was in the rear, had long burned down, but the Metro restaurant structure still maintained a historical feel to the original buildings that it surrounded. Looking at the handout that I gave you, you can see the original windows and storefront where the Greyhound bus station used to be years ago. Almost looks the same as when the picture was taken today. This building sat higher than the rest of the two-story, I call it the Jarvis block, but it's that block along Congress Street that connects and it has the big tall building on the left side, the newer building, and then it has this on the end. But those buildings, the rest of the buildings on Congress Street are about 2 stories there. It was actually built higher, and if you look at it, when you look at these design plans that they have, you can see that it actually stands higher than the 4-story building on High Street. I want you to remember that those lower buildings on Congress Street will have this building behind it because they're asking you to allow the taller height in the back. So that height is not permitted on Haven Court or High Street, and if you think about it, you can envision how high that will be behind those buildings on Congress Street. Sadly, the rear of this building, where the National Hotel stood for 50 years, represents nothing historical. This development team originally proposed that the National Hotel would be restored. Per the old records, the original hotel faced High Street, and it was a 3-story U-shaped building with a courtyard in the middle. Haven Court had a 2-story machinist building and a plumbing shop. Currently, the heights on High Street and Haven Court are 2 to 3 stories, and what they're proposing is 2 to 3 stories with a 4th story on top. What is being presented is a building filling the entire lot from the front to back, taller than the heights allowed in the rear, the maximum allowed massing, and rear decor that is way out of place with the core of the historic downtown Portsmouth. This building will be the first structure that people see as they exit the parking garage and head to the middle of downtown. Most everything in the French Quarter of New Orleans looks like classic French architecture from the French Quarter. Most everything in Bearskin Neck at Rockport looks like the old fishing village. Most everything in downtown Portsmouth looks like the original structures that were there. What is being presented in the rear is completely out of character with the core of the historic downtown Portsmouth, and its massing is more intense as it backs up against Fleet Street and the lower sections on Congress Street. The site plan review is about size, interrelationships, and impacts on surrounding areas. The rear of this building, with its mass, where CD4 is considered to be more medium intensity, its modern and garage door style windows and massive hologram light structure will have a large impact on surrounding areas by distracting from the charm of the downtown Portsmouth as one enters and exits the parking garage to one of the most popular places to photograph the entire North Church and being able to walk down through it to the historic districts, which are all considered charm. Please ask them to reconsider the rear of this building. Ask them to do what was done to the building that it was used to be the Elks Club on Pleasant Street, where the rear of the building mimics the front. And please ask them to remove the prism or move it someplace large where it could be enjoyed as it's meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other second-time or third-time speakers? Close the public hearing. What's the board's pleasure?
I make a motion that the planning board find design review process is complete.
I will second.
Would you speak to that?
I think that we've looked at this a lot. I mean, our whole point is to give feedback and what we want to see down the road. And I think that I believe through 2 sessions of pre-conceptual and this, I think a fair amount of feedback and questions have been answered and directions that they're going have been stated. So I feel like I feel complete to move forward, but that's just me.
Anybody else? The idea of a site walk came up.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be apart from this.
I would think we'd want a more definite plan before we do that, so we'd know what we were looking at.
Well, it might inform things. I know there've been conversations with staff about this, right?
So just to remind the board that the purpose of the design review does not encompass architectural design elements such as facade treatments, roof lines, and window proportions. Rather, it refers to site planning design issues such as the size, location of building, parking areas, open spaces on the lot, interrelationships, and functionality of these components. I do believe the board has offered some feedback to the builder developer on this issue. Concern over modern elements and the architectural features being compatible with surrounding properties, concerns over the stairway passage, I'd say solid waste management, how that is going to be managed in a way that is not impactful to the area, concerns regarding the rear of the building, and of course the stairway and pedestrian circulation along Haven Court. So is there additional things that fall within that review that the board feels like they need to delve into more deeply, because that is the purpose of this section, and if the board chooses to, I would think that it would be beneficial to the builder developer to really talk a little bit about where there's still questions related to those topics. Because
Okay.
we can definitely schedule all those things, or we could schedule it at the time of application. Should it be the board's will, we can, request that prior to, site plan review.
It seems that this is going to change dramatically if they determine A or B, who owns the abutting land to the rear.
Well, and the HDC's feedback.
Exactly. So I'm not, procedure.
Well, one thing, as I learned, I was reminded of it in our training session with the New Hampshire Municipal Association attorney Stephen Buckley last month, the Tilton case actually got into the idea of aesthetics for a site plan review. And the Hampshire Supreme Court has said that that is part of the purview that we have. Now, I don't want to tread on HDC, but it is beyond just massing. So we can look at more than that. But it's up to the board, what the board wants to do. And I think we can certainly advance it as is, see what happens next, and have a site review later, have a workshop session later, whatever, a lot of options. It is also 10:40, and we have more things on the agenda, so I don't want to belabor this. I'm not seeing a lot of conversation, so we have a motion, we have a second. Board ready for a vote?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries
Thank you.
unanimously. You're welcome. I have a quick question, Beth. Variance. Have we combined preliminary conceptual review and design review?
No, because design review has to come to us as a request to schedule.
So we're just doing completeness today.
Right, we're just doing pre-conceptual design, and the other one is just to agree that we have enough information to schedule a design review at our next meeting.
I know, but they kind of seem like the same. That's why I wondered if they were ever.
No, in some cases, some things change in that month.
Like we did the same thing for one Congress, if you might recall. They had it the same night. They had completeness and preliminary conceptual on the same night.
And when they came back, they
Yeah.
removed the pedestrian bridge, so they had made changes based off of our initial, so it should be two separate.
I apologize for the delay with my education. We have a preliminary conceptual consultation discussion at the request of 8 KPH LLC as owner for property located at 161 Deer Street, which they would like to have it be known as 88 Maplewood Avenue. Requesting preliminary conceptual consultation for the demolition of existing one-story commercial building, construction of a four-story building with a penthouse. Property shown on Assessor Map Lot blank and lies within Character District 5. I guess we know where it is.
Good evening. I'll put a couple of things on the note just for the camera. My name is Thomas Hamilton Ballin Jr. I'm a resident of Portsmouth with my wife at 233 Vaughn Street, which is not far from this development project. This property we acquired in November of last year. It was currently it's on the tax roll for 161 Deer Street, but I think everybody referred to it as Lot 5 at Foundry Place. The change in address isn't just to differentiate the project from the prior project, because there is still a lot of the prior project on the website, so we need to differentiate a little bit. But we will be moving the lobby from kind of back in the building where it was originally planned to the corner of Maplewood and Deer Street. Thank you all for being here this late night. We do appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, panel members. Our team looks forward to moving this very long delayed project forward. I think this started in 2016, so it's been going on for quite a long time, not just for COVID. With me today are John Shagnon from Ambit Engineering, Carla from CJ Architects, and Terrence Parker from Terra Firma. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Members of the board, John Shagnon from Ambit Engineering, here for a conceptual review of this revised project. The first sheet we have up here is the subdivision plan that was done in 2016 to create the lots that were assembled and then re-subdivided for development. Lot 1 is now the Foundry Place Garage. The project that we're talking about here is currently the one-story commercial building on the north side, which is shown as Lot 5 on this plan. The next slide shows part of the acquisition of the previous development team was to get an easement from the Boston and Maine Railroad. It's a restrictive covenant easement that burdens the railroad property and allowed for the previous development to have full windows at a point 5 feet from the property line. So what that easement or restrictive covenant says is that the railroad cannot build a building in that 10-foot strip. The next sheet is the existing conditions plan. You see the building in the middle. It's surrounded on the side and back with some pavement and parking. There's a walkway along the front, some green space, which is lawn and sparse elements along Deer Street, some other green, more robust along Maplewood, and there are 5 parking spaces fronting the current building on the Deer Street side. The next sheet shows the demolition. The building that exists now will be removed along with all the pavement and other elements. And the next sheet shows the proposal. The proposal is to construct a 4-story with penthouse structure on the site. And the first floor will be commercial, and then the upper floors will contain 19 residential units. This plan shows some expanded sidewalks redone in brick with some landscaping strips and a bump out protected sort of 4 spaces of parking along Deer Street. On the south side, you would enter into the adjacent lot through an easement and travel to the access here to the lower level parking. Again, this is another site with underground parking introduced to the site. The next slide shows the layout of that parking area. So you'd come in to the back and ramp down, and then two-way traffic here to access the parking spaces. We're showing a lot of them with secondary stacked spots. But in all, there's 30 spaces that don't stack in that layout. The next sheet shows the utilities. Deer Street had some reconstruction recently, so it was prepped for water services. We would access the sewer on Maplewood and put in the grease trap in the event that there's a first floor restaurant use. There would be electrical service coming in the back with a new transformer. Currently, there's an easemented transformer bank on the north side of the property along Maplewood Avenue. The intent of the developer is to not introduce gas into the building, so it would be an all-electric build-out. The next sheet shows the grading, essentially following the street grades that exist now. It's elevation 15 at the intersection. It does slope away to elevation 13 along Maplewood and to elevation 11 along Deer Street. The next sheet and the rest of the set are just elevations and details to complete our concept package. The plans are going to the HDC for the first hearing on May 4th. If we could go back to sheet C3, which is a few right there. We just wanted to speak briefly about conformance with zoning. So there's a zoning table on the left side of the sheet. And there's a couple of things about this site that we wanted to point out to the board that are going to require some give and take with the city. The first is the height. The ordinance allows for 2 to 4 stories and a penthouse. And if you do a penthouse, you get to add 2 feet to the height from 40 to 42. The parking level that we've established here in the basement is going to be set at an elevation that it needs to be set to avoid the water table and the need to be in the water table. So we're going to set that floor at elevation 8, and that will sort of set the tone for the rest of the building height, as we need to have 10-foot-8 floor to floor from that basement level. So our first floor is going to be 18.67. Now, under the ordinance, usually the first floor requires a 12-foot ceiling, and second to fourth would be 10-foot, and the penthouse, you get an extra 2 feet, and you add all those up and you get the 52 that's in the ordinance. We're proposing a 58-foot building at this time, which will require relief, and we're going with the 12-foot first floor, but then the 10-foot between floors is a little short. We want to go something like 10-foot-8. That allows for more efficiency in the design of the floor systems between floors that deliver the utilities to the various floors. Also, that adds, so that extra 8 inches over 4 floors adds 2 feet to the height. And then the other additional height is added through the conformance to the grade plane and the average grade of the structure. That adds between 4 and 6 feet to the height. So we will be asking for some height relief. The next ordinance issue is the requirements for the finished floor to be no more than 36 inches max above the sidewalk. And that is not really compatible with sloping sites. It works great if everything's flat, but this is a sloping site. We've set the garage level at 8 to make the site sensitive to the water table. The 10-foot-8 brings us to a first floor of 1867, sets the elevation, and we're dropping the corner of the building at the intersection here. So there's a lobby area that is the direct access at grade. The garage, that's sort of a subfloor level. It's below the floor level that is behind it where you need the clearance for the garage level. There's no parking under that corner. So that sets, the first floor sets an elevation. And then the site slopes away both to the north and to the west. So we're looking at relief from that 36-inch maximum height above sidewalk grade, and we'll be asking for that. Then there's the 50-foot door spacing. We understand the reasoning for that in being in the ordinance, to enliven the street, create some tenant uses. So it really fits well with small tenant uses. And in the case of this plan, because we're going to conform to that on Deer Street, so we have an entrance here, and the main entrance. But in order to get to that floor elevation, we're going to create some raised walkways so that we can meet the ADA requirements to get to those doors. So a flat site is always better. We do have a sloped site. And as we go on the Maplewood Avenue side, we would prefer, if you look at the floor plan that has the commercial, a large tenant, we'd rather have that large tenant access the corner and not have a door in this area, so we would be asking for relief there. There is a door that exits here for safety, but the 50-foot spacing requirement, we're going to be looking to maybe vary that on the Maplewood side. The front yard setback is another one. In the ordinance, it calls for 5-foot maximum back from the property line. And our building here is set up to be 6 feet back from the property line. And the reason we need to do that is because we've had to introduce the ramping, the sloped walkway, I should say, to get to the elevation we need to get to. And we need that 6-foot width. So we're going to put the building at 6 feet. And that will be another variation from the zoning that we'll need to get relief. Then they have the railroad setback. We're proposing 10-foot 6. The previous, and the 15 is required. The previously proposed development on the site had 5-foot because they took advantage of the 10-foot restrictive covenant area that they got. So effectively, the purpose of the ordinance is to keep 15 feet clear along railroad corridors. That's going to be obtained. The reason, though, that we need to go less than the 15 is due to the parking level and the efficiencies of the parking level. If you look at the parking level, we have a 19-foot double park, standard aisle, and then another park and a ramp width. And those just add up to a building size that is most efficient, and we'll be looking for some relief. Front lot build-out is a requirement that may not be met here. There's about 294 feet of street frontage. The building is going to have about 0, though, that meets the criteria, because the criteria is you got to be less than 5 feet from the front. However, the building itself has about 249 feet of building frontage. I would suggest that starts here, 5 feet away, comes up. There is a recess in here, which doesn't count even if the rest of the building was at 5 feet. There's some here. And then this is way back, but we didn't count that last 40 feet. But if you add up the rest of it, it's about an 85-foot aspect to the street, but it doesn't meet the ordinance, so we'd be asking for some relief there. Next is the parking. We're providing first floor parking is not required because we're in downtown overlay. The 19 dwelling units would require 25 spaces plus 4 visitor is 29. We're providing 30. And basically the developer based this building and the number of units on the amount of parking that could be fit. So it's not trying to be overly make the parking sort of fit or not fit. The parking dictated the number of units. And at this point, I'd like to introduce Carla Goodnight from CJ Architects.
Good evening, Carla Goodnight, principal of CJ Architects. there is not a significant amount to discuss in the way of architecture this evening because we have just submitted our first work session, and that's step one, context and surrounding properties for the site. So I'll just speak briefly about the building strategy and where we're headed. Right now, the property located on the corner of Deer and Maplewood, it really has a very rich history that was greatly influenced and still currently influenced by the rail corridor, including the original Portsmouth train station. Notable historic buildings containing lumberyards, brew houses, and factories sprang up in the vicinity of the railway and were served by it. And these historic examples really contain a significant amount of beautiful early brick architecture and a lot of details artfully woven into the building designs. And we plan to capitalize on a lot of those examples in order to inform our building design. Right now, the property has a current Historic District Commission approval in place, which was secured by the prior owner. And that approval supports a 5-story building set back, as John mentioned, 5 feet from the railway and contained 55 units. Using the historic inspiration from the rail corridor, we intend to work with the Commission to develop a 4-story structure with a penthouse that is set back roughly 10 to 13 feet, varying from the rail property, that would contain 19 units. So that's our sort of beginning massing of where we would be going with this property, but I think that's kind of where we're headed with the design. And I'd like to introduce Terrence Parker to discuss the landscape concept with you.
She goes down on C3.
Hello again. Terrence Parker, Terra Firma Landscape Architecture. Could you flip to C3, please? So I'm here to talk about the landscape approach. And you can see that the green space is highlighted there, with the exception of the green space, in the back corridor along, that parallels the railroad track. It's, as Carla said, it's 10 to 13 feet. So the opportunities here are to, create some planting scaling for the mass of the building, and that would be on the northwest corner where the transformers are right now. Just as you're coming down Maplewood, you go past the cemetery on the right, and you have that view of the corner of the building. So the opportunities there rest in, maybe putting a fence around those transformers that's a sculpted fence or some vertical feature there, and then, columnar plant materials that would border the property line that abuts the railroad track that would be visible from Maplewood. The other important aspect of the zoning reg is to put 1 tree every 30 feet. So you can see that with maintaining some street parking on Deer Street, you don't have that opportunity unless we flex the sidewalk and put, small volume. You know how the Portsmouth does it, 4-foot square tree soil volumes of trees. But you could get the proper amount of trees, which is, 8.3 trees for the linear footage of the building facade. But you could do that if you cluster the trees in the very wide bump outs in the road, or you flex the green space a little bit so you can have. I like to do trees that have a contiguous soil volume, so you get maximum growth and the trees last more than 15 years. So you have that opportunity here if they're columnar trees. So that's part of the intention. And the other opportunity for visual interest is on the southwest corner. How do you use this button here, John? Right there. So there's a part of the facade of the building right there would be an opportunity to put a mural or some bas relief. So that's the intention the client wants us to drive for, to put visual interest on that southwest corner and then again on the northwest corner that has a lot of, eyes on it. And it'll have a nice, as you can see, there's no parking on Maplewood, so there's no doors there, but there's also all the crosswalks leading to the main entrance of the lobby. So there'll be some more attention to detail in the planting in those spaces as well. So at this point, if you have any questions, we're all here to answer your questions. So thank you for listening. Oh, question?
You're hiding back there.
Hiding back here. I have a few different ones. My first question is, do you have easement access rights already over Lot 4?
Yes, and the applicant also owns Lot 4, so if
Okay.
he doesn't yet, he will.
Okay. The transformer, can we put it someplace else?
Unfortunately, we can't.
Come on. It's like right
We have to
there at
add one
Major
there.
Gateway.
Yeah, I know. We can, as Terrence said, he's going to do his best to doll it up, to make it disappear.
I just want it someplace else. All right, I'm not going to get my way that way, huh?
Sorry.
I know you guys said 19 residential units. Are these going to be for sale or lease? Do you know?
I will let the owner answer that one.
Can I answer the first question? The other technical thing that needs to happen is between those transformers and the primary that's by the parking garage, Eversource needs to connect those two high-voltage primaries. And rather than have them do it in the sidewalk, we're trying to give them more room so they can, in fact, run that primary behind Lot 5 and 4. So 5 feet was very tight. 10 is probably going to make them a little happier. With regard to the 19 units, they'll initially be for lease, depending on what interest rates do, and I'm not smart enough to forecast that. But the building has been designed to be condo converted at some point.
And, I have to ask, can't you give us any workforce housing? It's my requirement to ask this every time.
19 units, and it works out to about 2,400 square foot per unit.
You could make some smaller units and give us a little more.
Then I have to get parking relief, so it is a catch-22. Yeah.
All right, I tried. I gotta ask. All right, I'm done. Those are all my questions.
The water table's driving a lot of this design. Why is it in violet?
I think the reason is that the current system of drainage is at capacity, so you couldn't pump water into it. Also, the fact that there may be, as evidenced, it was the train station, and I'm sure you want to be pumping water anyway, so we want to be above it, I think.
Well, it's obviously less costly not to go into it. Have you looked into, is there no capacity to actually go into it? And
I can tell you there's no capacity to go into it. So we try to stay out of it across the street, elevation 5.29, and it's too low.
Okay.
This lot's even closer to the water.
Mr. Shagnon, I was listening intently to your explanation of the height transitions you had to go, and I see on the plans it says right now you're allowed 35 feet, and you hope to go to 58 feet?
So, you say that it says it's allowed to go 35?
On sheet C3 in your zoning table, it says max structure height, 35 feet, and then you're proposing 58.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. I think, 50 feet or 52 to a penthouse. So that's a typo. So we're going to have a penthouse, and we want to go to 58.
So by zoning, you're allowed 52,
Correct.
and you're seeking 58.
Correct.
And that 6 feet difference is partially on the water table issue, correct?
Because the height is measured from the average grade plane,
And
so we have a
you're gonna be
sloping
higher.
site.
Okay.
And partially because the ordinance requirement anticipates 10-foot floor to floor, and we want to go 10-foot 8.
10, 8, okay.
Yep.
My next question is on parking. I was a little surprised, and in a good way, I guess, for you, that you had plenty of parking compared to Portsmouth's requirements. At 19 units, you only needed 29 spaces, but you're having 52. And I was just curious, why are you supplying so much extra parking when the zoning ordinance allows you to have much less? Or
Yeah.
another question would be why you could have 33 units, but you're only having 19.
So there's always a need. You don't have to provide parking for the first floor, but it's there.
Right.
So I think this developer wants to have adequate parking for all the uses of the building. I know that the ordinance has sort of maximum allowable parking, and I don't know if we'll need a waiver because we're exceeding the design requirement. But I would put forth that in this particular case, the ordinance is built that way to avoid the creation of unnecessary paved areas. And this is covered by the building anyway. So hopefully if that's something the board would consider granting as a waiver if necessary.
Well, and the other thought I had was maybe that the future tenants or owners of these units may desire more than 1.3 spaces. And
Yes.
I mean, if I probably would guess at this price point, they'd want 2 spaces per unit.
That's a good bet, yep.
I think Councilor Moreau mentioned this earlier, but I have a fuzzy memory that when DSA had this project, that it had 5 workforce units as part of the approval. I don't know if it was part of the approval or maybe it was just discussed, and I know they don't own it anymore. I didn't know whether any approvals were contingent on having workforce housing here.
So I believe the only approvals that were fully vetted
It
were.
was a taller building.
Yeah, that was,
They got an extra story, and they gave workforce housing for giving them an extra story.
and that was probably 10%. So you went from 50 to 55.
Okay, so that's null and void here. It's just, that's ancient history.
Correct.
As far as any approvals.
Yeah, I don't think they ever went through the planning board site plan approval process.
Oh, they did.
They did?
Pretty sure they
Oh.
had site plan approval on 3, 6,
Yes,
4,
yes,
and
but-
5.
5 too? Okay, I was told
I
they
was-
didn't, but I know they did overall
I
site
remember having a
planning.
conversation about it anyways.
Oh,
I can address,
Okay.
I'll do a mark and I'll say I can address a couple of those. So they did a couple of things. One, the extra height incentive was from 50 to 60 feet, not 10%. But to get.
Gives us 10% workforce housing of the units.
Right.
That's why.
But to get that height to work, they actually had the garage floor elevation at 4 feet, which is well below the water table, and would have required continuous pumping into a system that, we're probably gonna have to provide detention volume to meet our stormwater drain. So, the second thing they did, though, to meet the 55 units and that height is they put parking like Mark's project, elevators with parking on the second floor of the building. And in the end analysis, the occupied, sorry, should have brought some water. The occupied square footage of that large building is actually the same as this smaller building. So parking on second floor, very expensive, not a good idea. So.
I think we've,
Sorry, one more, this one, sorry. With regard to the tandem spaces, so 19 residential units. If you look at that diagram real quick, there's 30 headed parking spaces, 8 of which are individual, so there's only 22 tandems. 19 of those tandems would be residential, and 3 are reserved for the commercial tenants. So while it's not required, we still want to provide parking for the commercial owners.
Okay.
I think we've drifted into the design review discussion, even though so,
Yes, sorry, what? It's getting late,
yeah, I know.
my attention span is waning.
And I apologize to everybody here. We were supposed to take a vote at 10 o'clock to go past 10 o'clock. And
We were. It's well past 10.
Yep, it is well past then, so.
No wonder I can't think straight.
Are we good with preliminary conceptual consultation with this application?
I'm good. I've said my piece. I'm not getting what I want.
So now let's consider design review acceptance. I think we talked, as I just said, I think we wandered into design review topics quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the topics are similar. We just don't take a vote at pre-conceptual. Right? We just,
But we schedule,
we schedule a design review.
we need to schedule one, right?
That would be the next thing, yes.
Would you like a motion?
back.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to vote that we find design review application complete and to schedule a public hearing for I guess it would be the May.
It would be the May
Planning
meeting,
board
not the April meeting. We're here in April.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion passes. We'll see you next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
I might ask for workforce housing again.
Does the board wish to continue?
Mr. Chairman, if I might suggest something, I know it is late, and I'll certainly leave it up to the board's discretion if they'd like to continue. We had a presentation this evening where we were going to kick off a Phase 1
I
amendment
understand
package.
that. That's.
So, well, I guess.
We've had a very patient staff person
What
sitting in the back of the room.
what I was going to ask is that what Nick could briefly discuss the Phase 1 amendments, and we could do the presentation at a later date and really just spend a minute talking about what we anticipate will be a May 5th work session, rather than do a deep dive into the presentation. We can save it to then, and then dive into the amendments at that time.
Just a minute.
Yeah, it won't take that long.
That sounds good to me. Would you like to hit the high points, Mr. Cracknell?
He knows he's cold. He'll be.
Thank you.
An overview to get them
Thank you for
going,
you.
right? No, you're going to do it.
No, I'm not doing an overview. I'm going to do a very quick
Of
summary of the
Phase
Phase 1. That's it,
what-
right?
The overview of Phase 1.
So again, Nick Cracknell, Principal Planner in the Planning Department. Apologies it's so late to make this presentation. I will be brief. What we're trying to accomplish with the Phase 1 amendments is a code cleanup, essentially, as well as some administrative updates to the code and a couple of minor changes to the code. All these relate to building height requirements and standards in the code, and they're primarily focused on the character districts, although a couple of them are more broad-based than that. So the second slide, if you can advance that, the goals here are to provide consistency, not just with the vision plans that were put together in 2013, 14, 15 in respect to the character districts, but also the intent of the translation of that vision plan into the code, and to reflect and be consistent with past practice at how we've been interpreting some of these building height standards over the last 8 years. We also want to fix some mistakes. We've done this 3 or 4 times since 2014. We've adopted a lot of code, tried the code out, and sometimes the code doesn't work, and we come back in and we make revisions. There's a couple of those elements in these amendments in this first phase. So we're hoping to remove incorrect references. There's one on the building height map, and make some clarifications in respect to building height, and that's been discussed here a couple of times tonight, in respect to people adding fill, builders or homeowners adding fill around a first floor that becomes a basement, and the structure is increased in its height, often out of sort of compliance with the vision plan, but within compliance of the code. There goes the rub. So we're trying to address that and move from finished grade to existing. That's one of the last amendments of the 4 main changes. If we can go to the next slide. The 4 main changes are really focused on the building height map. We'd like to assign building heights to civic and municipal properties. Currently, there aren't any building heights along the street edge or the public places for municipal and civic properties. So we're basically rubber sheeting lines from the abutting properties across municipal and civic properties. We are going to update the map to reflect some new streets like Foundry Place that wasn't there in 2014. So we're applying a building height down Foundry Place and the cul-de-sac where Peter Hapney's building is at the bottom. Currently, there's no building height associated with those properties. The adjustment we're proposing that speaks to the 1 Congress Street project is High Street. High Street in Congress at the corner is currently an orange line on the building height map, and it's allowing a 3rd story with a short 4th and 45 feet, which is what the applicant is actually presenting for the entire block. And the building height today, halfway down High Street on the left-hand side, which is the 1 Congress Street side of the street, it drops to a green line, which is the 3 stories, 40 feet as presented tonight. Their building does not comply to the 3 stories, 40 feet. It does comply to the front portion of their property, and it complies with the character on the other side of the street. So one of the amendments here is to consider adjusting that building height to an orange line for 5 feet, again, irrespective of what one thinks of the building design, whether it's the prism, the windows, or anything else. This has not got any relationship to that. The Historic District Commission has 2 hands on the wheel in respect to how that building will look. But it seems to make sense to us, at least in the planning department, that given the parking garage is already in exceedance of 45 feet at the end of the street, the building on the other side of the street is in exceedance of 45 feet, that it be consistent on both sides. Okay, so that was the 3rd bullet of number 1. Number 2 is to clarify, and this speaks to Congress Street, clarify and other projects. Corner and through lots have often different building heights on each of the streets. If you think of State and Sheaf Street, you can have a shorter building height on Sheaf and a taller building on State because that's the character of the street. So if your property goes from one street to the other, the code has to determine and define how the building height is allocated across the property. And right now we have a 50-foot step back, so the taller building cannot go closer. The taller portion of the lot cannot go closer than 50 feet from the shorter end of the lot. We've been interpreting it the same way for 6 or 7 years since it's been adopted, and we think there's some inartful language there in the wording that would be well served to be clarified and maintain past practice on how we preserve the street edge and not have tall buildings creeping into shorter neighborhoods just because the property's been aggregated by adding even properties to it. And that happened on Rains Ave with properties being merged, and then the building heights start changing from what the vision was. Okay, and then, one sec. And then adding development standards to civic districts. We currently don't have any. And we ran into this with the Warner House adding an accessory building. We didn't have any development standards to apply against the property, so we used the abutting CD4 for the Warner House addition, and that's where we recognized we needed to have at least some dimensional controls for nonprofits, churches, other civic uses, because they don't have building heights and they don't have development standards. And then the last piece there is what I started with, I think, with the grading, how grading of a property affects the building height and moving away from finished grade to existing grade. So very quickly, looking at the four of them with some examples, if we go to the next slide, the building height map, those three arrows just point out the three different changes, adding building height standards to the civic and municipal properties. You can see on the building height map, there's a lot of gaps where we, sorry, I touched it. I should know that more than anyone. All these municipal properties, wherever you see a gap in the building height, it's because it's either civic or municipal. So we're proposing to add, touched again, colored lines around those properties. Foundry Place is here. You can see on the building height map, it doesn't have a color because it didn't exist in 2014 when we did the north end. So we're proposing to bring the brown line down here and have a green circle around the bottom as it steps down towards the Rock Street Park. And then number 3, this is the portion of High Street that shows the orange lines on both. I did not touch that.
You can go back to the podium.
I know, Nick,
Yeah.
you gotta get away from the screen. It's all good.
Anyway.
We're good. We're good.
You're good. All right.
We're good.
Well, go to the next slide.
Remember, I said
I'm gonna stay here.
overview.
Well, here's the example of Sheaf and State. I think you get it. Many of these properties go from street to street, so it's got to be clear in the code how the building height's allocated across corner lots and through lots. I'll go quickly here. Next one. Examples of civic districts applying the CD4 dimensional controls so we know how they can make adjustments to these properties over time. Next slide. Grade plane, just some examples of how the system has worked well for the builders in the community. This is a property, I'll just maybe focus on this one. This is on Lafayette. This is actually a 3-story building. The first floor is the underground parking. It's kind of like the last applicant that was here. They put the parking on the ground, backfilled around the building. That fourth level there is not enough to turn that into a first story. It's still a basement. It's more than 50% below grade, so that's not going to count as a story. And they backfilled all around the site. It actually doesn't look that bad from the other side, but it's an example of how that's a 3-story building. This ended up being a 4-story building. That 5th floor, this is at Hannaford, was built on the ground and then backfilled, and the measurements come 6 feet off the outside wall in order to turn that back into a 4-story building. All right, so we want to move from that to the existing grade, so that won't be allowed. That's it for me.
We're good. Thank you.
So just to draw your attention to the milestones, we have a May 5th work session to discuss the amendments that Nick just ran through, and at that time, we'll talk a little bit more about how we got to these amendments. And then you can see that we'll be moving those along for a public hearing at May 17th, I think the May 19th meeting.
We're done.
Okay, we are talking about having a workshop meeting at the end of each month going forward, but more importantly, I wanted to congratulate Ray on his retirement. Apparently, this is your last meeting tonight, Ray?
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry you're going.
We will miss you.
We'll see you around town, I suspect.
Oh, yeah. See you in the bars.
And I think that is it.
Motion to adjourn.
You can make
Motion to adjourn, seconds.
Sure, I can get everybody to.
Oh, no, wait. Ray wants to make them.
Oh.
Motion to adjourn?
Yay. We just wanted to keep you here really late last night.
Thank you.
Did. I didn't hear a second, but I'm
Second.
not going to ask for one.
You had like 20 motions. I think that should count as a first.